Hello. Let's get some gamers in here. Heyo.
Heyo.
Wait, do I not have a thing for Cam?
There I am. There's 1, 2.
Where?
You should.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah,
there you are.
angry platypus? No,
yeah, no.
Angry
Porpoise.
No.
Yes.
Porpoise.
porpoise. Angry porpoise.
Let me turn you
Very
guys
good.
down a little bit, or a little bit loud. Or maybe that's just on my end.
You're just excited.
Oh, yeah, no, you are loud. Okay. And
Yes, I talk.
there we go. Amico, a little bit quieter, yeah. Bouncing sounds and Discord is like fucking impossible. Hello, Valkia.
Hello.
We have a lot of people. I think everyone has a little icon already so everyone on stream will be able to know who's talking at any point, even though we haven't even made characters yet. But let me move people here a little bit so that they're a little bit more spread out. Ken is here. We have...
I'm just hiding behind me.
Yeah, and then we have... Actually, let's move Valkia. No, actually, Valkia should stay there because your thing is also for the rating stuff.
Yup.
And Shar...
I'm gonna do a clicky thing.
Yeah,
Click.
go
There you
ahead.
go.
Oh,
I
shit!
clicked the thing.
Thank you.
Cool.
Was that Raiden? What?
No, it was subscribe. Okay,
Subscribe.
so Shar will be also joining us, but Shar will not be able to join us like immediately because Shar is a fucking cheater and she's playing with other people instead of us today. So yeah. No, she's been like she's got like some real life thing going on, so she will be joining us a little bit later, like maybe an hour or two late, but that's quite fine because we have a lot of things to sort of go over because we need to figure out characters for all of you guys and just get a general understanding of the setting and what's gonna be sort of expected of you and stuff like that. I don't know. Let's do a small round of introductions so that everyone on stream knows who everyone is. Arcade, let's start with you. You're a regular on the stream. Tell everyone who you are and what the fuck do you do.
I am Arcade.
Yes. Okay, let's move on to Ken.
I can answer real easily. I got put under too much pressure.
Yeah, Arcade cracks easily under pressure. We know that about him. What about you, Ken? You haven't been on stream for a while.
No. I used to be a regular
Yeah.
a couple years ago.
Mhm.
I got a job that basically made it to where I was unable to basically show up on stream. But for the people who've been there since, I don't know, near the beginning, they know who I am.
Yeah, Ken is an OG from... We met way back in PSO2 days. I've known him for probably like close to 10 years or something like that.
I would say 6 or 7.
Yeah, something
I don't know
like
about
that.
10.
Yeah, we've known a good bit. And then Valkia is from our FFXIV Final Fantasy 14 streams. She's one of the raid people that we play with, and Valkia is also someone who I know in real life, and a very respectably Mae-Mae supporting person when it comes down to convention.
Is me.
Yes. And then we have Amico over here. Amico is also someone who people generally know already. Amico is from the convention scene originally, I think, as well. And then we play Final Fantasy and whatever together sometimes, and he's been on stream too.
Yes. Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter. Yeah, we beat Monster Hunter Ice mod on stream with Amico, and probably gonna play some Monster Hunter Wilds too. Once that releases. Yes. So I've been it was several years ago. I had a TTRPG campaign. Ken was in it and Kuono was in it. It lasted for, I think, 2 years. It was very nonsense and fun and very improvised. But it was a lot of fun. And I really enjoyed it. So I figured that why not start another one? Then I realized that I'm very busy. As you probably know, I work a lot. So I have a limited amount of time, free time especially, on my hands. So I figured that since my streams are basically my free time, why not stream a funny little TTRPG campaign? And I had this awful idea of letting chat play one of the characters. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit, but this is basically that. And I had a concept for a TTRPG campaign already, an open world thing, where you guys have basically 100% player agency. There will be motivating forces that will push you towards advancing the story, but your pacing and the way you want to sort of go about it is completely up to you, and the direction in which you want to go over the campaign, what kind of choices you make and whatever is completely up to you. I won't be sort of guiding you towards any particular goal. So I want you to imagine this, take this as a sandbox that you can explore together. It's a fantasy world sandbox that you can explore together with your characters. There is a dramatic happenings going, and there are mysteries to solve. So it's basically the kind of narrative stuff that I like. I think everyone who is in the group are familiar with my type of narrative. They have consumed media that I have produced. So you guys know what kind of stories I like, and this is probably going to be the same kind. So there's going to be nonsense, there's going to be serious things, there's going to be probably spooky things, and a lot of like awful shit memes, as usual.
Good.
So
Earlier.
yeah. So first things first. I know. Have you guys already created some kind of concept for characters?
I have like 5.
Okay, very cool.
For this campaign, I have like only a concept.
Okay, so Amigo only has
Because
a concept.
I have no idea what this is gonna be, so I had like 5 ideas.
Okay, perfect. So to give you guys a very hello Sinistar, give you guys a very sort of gentle understanding of things. This will be sort of really revealed during the first session through like actual play, but if you guys want to understand the tone of the world and stuff like that, to decide on what kind of characters you want to play, the campaign's name, first of all, is going to be Mae-Mae's Tropical Abyss. It's because Hideo Kojima always puts his name on his games, so this is now Mae-Mae's game, okay? Tropical Abyss is the actual name of the campaign, but it's Mae-Mae's Tropical Abyss because you know you have to copyright all of the things that you do these days. The idea is that as characters, your original sort of background and whatever can basically be anything, and you go out to the sea for some reason, whatever reason. You can come up with that reason for yourself. For some reason, your character goes out to the sea, ends up getting into a storm, and all of you guys wake up on a beach on a vast tropical island, and you have no idea how you got there. You have 4 people around you who you don't know, and you sort of go from there. And once you end up on this island and things progress a little bit, you will find out that there is a curse on this island. And that curse is that once every week, the island saps out the life energy of everyone on it. So it sucks out the life force of things on the island. and there's no way to escape it. There are like whirlpools and storms and other nonsensical bullshit that hits you up if you try to escape the island. And there's this like mechanic where your character's core stats that are on your character sheet have a very big meaning in this campaign, where in lore, once your character becomes too weak and the island saps your life, you will become this zombie-like creature called a withered. And that's it's basically you become a mindless thing that is trying to sap life force out of anything so that they can regain some sense of sanity back, even though they never can. So that is a game over kind of thing. So what you want to avoid is never become withered, because that's like the bad end, and your character will basically be permanently gone if that ends up happening. And the way you become a withered is if your core stats, meaning your strength, intelligence, whatever, all of those hit -5. That's when you become withered, and then that's when it's game over for you. And every week, your core stats will be lowered a little bit as you spend time on the island. So that's basically a measure to push you into adventuring, because through experience and through adventure, you can increase your core stats so that you don't get drained to oblivion on the island. And while you're doing all this, you have to solve the mystery of what is draining life from everything on this island. And there are 4 like great factions of like antagonists who have solutions for this problem. They don't have the answers to why this is happening, but they have designed solutions to this problem. And you can either agree with them or disagree with them or whatever your solution is, but you have to somehow ally or make yourself their enemies, because they hold some keys to secrets of this island that you might need if you want to ever save the island from this curse of constantly life draining everyone. So yeah, so basically there's a mechanic that is in place to force you into adventure. You can adventure however you wish. The life draining effect isn't going to be like anything super serious, but it is there to put a pressure onto the players to explore, so that you won't be just sitting in your house and masturbating all the time, because the NPCs are so fucking hot. So that's basically it. So no pressure. Initially, do you guys have any questions at this point? Please ask any questions if you have any.
Are we using dice?
Yes, but not in real life dice.
No.
Ooh.
No.
We're gonna be rolling dice on Discord. Or...
We are going to be rolling dice on Foundry Virtual Tabletop. Yeah, I will be setting it up. I don't think you guys need to download anything. At first,
Yeah, we don't need to do it.
yeah. I think I'll just give you guys links and then you can play it. But I don't know much about it myself. So at least for the first few,
I can help. Yeah.
Yes, please do. So the first few sessions, we're probably going to be playing mostly pen and paper, and maybe combat. Maybe if I can set it so that I can move things on the maps in it by next time, we can have some kind of simple combat. And little by little, as I grow more used to the system and Amico helps me, I'll add more features to it, and it will slowly turn a little bit more video gamey, and you'll have life bars for enemies and stuff like that. Maybe if you use your skills correctly. In terms of roleplay versus combat, this is a very heavily roleplay dependent campaign. Combat encounters are very much a thing, and combat is pretty challenging because you can die in this campaign. You can die as much as you want. Every time you die, your core stats will lower a little bit. So dying is not a game over. Game over is only if you become withered. So as long as you make sure that you don't ever become withered, so if your strength has lowered, you make sure to hit that gym, you should be fine. Ask away, yes.
Is this like a hardcore campaign in a sense that you can't make a new character if your character gets withered?
If your character gets withered, you can make a new character. Yes, that's fine. I'm okay with it. It's just you're probably gonna make a lot of sort of personal, emotional connections to characters and stuff like that. So it would be a real shame if you lose all of those. So make sure you stay safe. And combat, because this is an open world campaign, one thing, I'm sure everyone has played an open world game, right?
Yeah.
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 We know that when you play an open world game, the environment isn't balanced around you. It's balanced around a preset path that you are guided to take, but you don't have to take it. And that's going to be the same here. Where in certain areas, combat is going to be considerably easier than in others. But you can go wherever you want. There's no rules for where you need to go or where you have to go or what you have to do. You can go wherever you want. And I encourage exploration, but I also will put an emphasis on the fact that running away from combat is not a bad thing. If you encounter something that is way too intimidating looking, like if it's like some weird fucking dude with, I don't know, a gun for a head, you can run away. You can run away from that. It's totally okay.
Grok the Destroyer.
Yeah, Grok the Destroyer. If you encounter Grok the Destroyer, fuck right off. Yeah, so this is not a hardcore campaign. This is not like super serious. Obviously, once you see the classes, you'll know how serious this is. It's for fun and games. The primary purpose of the games is to just be fun, for shits and giggles. We're not doing this as a like. You don't have to be entertaining either. As long as you have fun, that's what matters to me. You don't have to try to be like self-conscious about, oh fuck, I don't know if I'm playing my character in a way that entertains the audience the best. No one cares. We have like 5 people watching probably. But obviously, if you RP your character well, that's always a plus. So I highly encourage being sort of devoted to your character. As for the characters, yeah, go ahead.
I wanna like get my roleplay better, so this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This will be a perfect chance for that because there's going to be a lot of situations that you are not prepared for. As for the characters, because this is an open world campaign, the expectation is that the campaign is going to run pretty long. It's basically, the campaign is about as long as you guys want to make it. Yeah, fuck the audience, exactly. The campaign is exactly as long as you guys want it to be. There's pretty obvious sort of guidance at some point, like there are some pretty obvious sort of like, oh, that's probably where the big bad evil guy lives, kind of things. So you'll know when you can end the campaign if you feel like it. But the island will basically have infinite content. So however long you want to explore and adventure and find new weird fucking NPCs that you can laugh at, it's completely up to you. And because of that, I would highly recommend that make characters that are not super one-dimensional. So characters who are like, how should I put this? Characters like SpongeBob might not be like super good because you're gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, can you imagine? Like, if your character can be summed up in like 2 words, that's not probably a good. It can be like your starting point, but today we're gonna spend time together with all of you players to make you guys like properly fleshed out characters, and I'm gonna let all the creative process is gonna be up to you guys. I'm just gonna feed you questions that are gonna sort of guide you forward in your character sort of fleshing out process, because when the campaign is long, if your character is super one note and they're like, oh, his thing is that he's gonna say boy golly to everything, that's not gonna be fun after the 3rd session anymore. And even you as the player,
there goes my character.
yeah, exactly. So even if that sounds like a fun idea for now, after you've played with the character for like 50 hours, it's probably not that fun anymore. So you can absolutely make tropey characters, and I highly recommend it because that's a good starting point. But having the characters have some kind of background story, some kind of like something that you can work with to make the character feel more alive to yourself and to the other players, so that you can sort of form more significant relationships with the other characters, and the world that you are going to be thrown into is quite important. So I recommend making characters that are capable of reacting in multiple different situations. One sort of important thing, this is played on a custom system. This is a it's like a Pathfinder derived system that has a lot of custom features that a lot of other combat systems don't have. And one of those systems features is that there is quote unquote social combat, which is like RP. You're having an argument with someone, and you have a special health stat called N health, which is non-lethal health, that you can do damage to your opponents by making your facts and logic arguments, and stuff like that. So I would recommend to make a character that can, like, their thing is that I'm mute, I can't talk. That's not a good thing, because you're gonna be always losing in social situations. You see, does Valkia have a mute character in mind?
About that, I did.
Well, you can make it work. You know, there's many ways to communicate.
Yeah.
You know,
Not
just talking, you know?
I'm gonna spoil one of my ideas.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to make like a bard kind of character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they would communicate by playing a note, and you would just hear them speak, but they never actually speak. But they do speak, like, in game.
Okay, so they're like using some kind of special frequencies to sort of communicate in like intent or something like that to people.
Yeah.
I mean, that would work, because you could still
So
communicate.
obviously I'll be talking because I'm telling you what I'm saying.
Yes, exactly.
through
Yeah.
the music.
Yeah. No, that would work, because you can still communicate. But if you have a character who has a thing that makes their communication extremely difficult, that would obviously...
I have a butthole for a mouth.
Yeah, exactly. That would make social combat very difficult. Another thing is that there is something that a lot of other things generally don't have, is that there is a karma system. You will have it's part of your character sheet. You yourself can't alter it. I will be the only one who alters it, because I'm like the judge of the karma in this world. And the way your karma sort of aligns is based on like good deeds, bad deeds, whatever, and that will affect how NPCs react to you in specific areas and stuff like that. Having bad karma, or I think it was called like dark karma or something like that in the system, isn't always a bad thing. So it's not necessarily like discouraged to do evil deeds as well if you want to, because in some like crime-ridden areas and stuff like that, you might be perceived well, instead of like, you know, it's like that, since we're just talking about SpongeBob, there's that fucking bubble blowing babies place. So if you're a bubble blowing baby and you try to go to like some crime-ridden shithole, everyone's gonna be just laughing at you and no one's gonna take you seriously. But if you're like a time-hardened criminal, that might change. But at the same time, if you try to go into some very nice place and you're very infamous for being a shithole, you might be received in a different light. The karma system is like a constantly fluctuating system that is going to change over the campaign with your characters, depending on how they sort of do things. So it's not something that is set in stone, even if you go into the dark places. You can have your anime redemption arc and become a good person later on. So there's that. So the more sort of variable and the more malleable, the more malleable your characters are, the better. So that's sort of what I would recommend as a starting point for starting to create your characters. But yeah, But instead of just giving you guys sort of these general ideas, I would love to hear some character concepts that you guys already have at this point. I think Valkia and Kem and Arcade already have like somewhat fleshed out concepts for characters, right?
Probably not that fleshed out.
Okay, Arcade doesn't have that.
I got surface level kind of
Okay.
thing. More.
Yeah, same.
Okay, Valkia, do you have any idea or sort of which one of your characters you would like to play? You have multiple concepts. Can you tell us about them?
I mean, my favorite one is the Bard.
Okay.
Who is mute.
Yes, with mute.
That's my favorite one.
Yes.
I'd like to try that if possible.
That's fine.
Yeah.
What is their like physicality? What do they look like?
Well, they're like kind of like a kobold.
Okay. Kobolds are very different in different media.
Yes.
What kind of kobold are we talking here? Like lizard-like kobold, or like a mammal-like kobold, or like a fucking golem kind of kobold, or
very lizard kind.
Lizard kind.
Not the pretty ones. I mean, and as ugly as possible.
As ugly as possible. Okay.
Yeah. Because I want them to be oddly charismatic.
Okay. Despite their looks.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of the like magical communication, and you look at them, what the fuck is that? And then they just play a note, and you're like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That guy. Yeah. Okay. He's cool. Is it a guy or a girl or something mysterious from in between?
I think it's a girl.
Okay. Very cool. Interesting idea. I like it. Does the character have a name?
Yes.
What is the name of the character?
Tibia.
Well, yeah, and it's tibia, like
like a bone.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Tibia Mariner.
Yeah, it's the Tibia Mariners from.
Yeah, because in my head canon, the kobold-esque race in your world.
Yes.
They're named by the thing they first take interest in, and she is from a long line of bones. But they can't all be called bones, so they had to choose a specific bone.
Fantastic. That's great. That's fine. Mm-hmm. That's fine. Maybe
I'm good at world building.
Yeah. Maybe I can totally involve this in. So they love bones.
Just the tibia bone.
In the tibia bone.
That's the best one.
Yeah, that's the. Let's like do little hearts around it like that. Yeah, nice. Okay, and it's a kobold.
Yeah, I imagine they look like you take a possum.
Yeah.
And make it scaly.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of understand. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, they have bulgy eyes.
Yeah.
They're kind of hard to look at. But they have bardic inspiration, so.
Yeah. Very good.
You love them.
Of course.
For unknown reasons.
Of course. Very good. Yeah, that sounds like a fun character. And you could also argue, like maybe say that the character is maybe it's a part of their culture that they can communicate with this music or something like that. It could be sort of built into their lore a little bit as well, that they have like a unique way of communication. Very cool. That sounds like a fun character, and a very silly one as well. And I'm assuming that you want to sort of build like a charisma based core around this character. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Very nice. Okay.
But it's a magical charisma.
Yes.
They are hard to look at.
Oh, of course. They're very emphasized that they are so ugly. But you know, they might be like there's like in Japan there's this term it's like kimo kawaii, which is like disgusting but kind of cute in like a weird gross way. It might be something like this.
But cute.
Yeah. But that's cool. And there's a lot of classes that play with charisma stats in this campaign. We have 25 fully custom classes that I'll let you guys get into very shortly after. And because the campaign is like the environment and the situations that you can end up are very varied, you can actually change class at will in specific points of the map. So if at any point you feel like you want to build into a different direction, you can also do that. And to promote and encourage trying out different things, once you level up your classes, which are leveled up individually from your player character, so basically player character leveling increases your core stats, it increases your HP, it increases your strength and whatever. And increasing your class level gives you more abilities to use as a part of your class. You can also find abilities in the world and stuff like that as treasure. Think like TMs from Pokemon. You can find a TM and you can be like, oh fuck, this teaches me how to, I don't know, pull chickens out of my asshole. And if your class is compatible with chicken ass pulling, you can learn it. And once you level up your classes, you will get these things called, let's call them role points, which you can use to master skills of your class, which means that you can use them on different classes. So the ultimate end game of the game is basically to craft a class that you feel is like the perfect embodiment of your own character by mixing and matching features from different classes to build like your own personal vision of what you want your character to be as a class. So the classes are basically to give you direction and to and there's heavy encouragement on mixing and matching stuff. But yeah, Tibia sounds like a great character. Very cool. Absolutely approved, and it's a girl. Very good. Okay, Amico, what kind of character idea do you have?
3 words. It's what I mentioned already in Discord. Like a religious person who's like god who they're worshipping is the Lady Luck or
right. Okay. Right. Okay. Yes. So you have a.
I have nothing else.
Yes. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. We have a Lady Luck on the island, so that is completely like doable in lore. There are various gods and less than godlike things on the island that groups have formed around, and this is a totally like lore fitting thing. The character obviously doesn't have a name yet, I'm assuming. What I would like to give, I'll give you some questions to think about, and then we're gonna move on to Ken's character.
Okay.
I want to know why your character believes in Lady Luck. What is the significance of this? Why is fortune or like leaving things up to chance valuable to your character? What is the importance of this? And specifically, like so, how does that tie into the past of your character?
Okay.
So think about this. We're gonna leave that empty for now. Let me actually take this from here. Leaving things to chance because can't be arsed to plan anything, says yes. Very good. Okay, so
oh my god.
So the lover of fortune.
I shall think about that.
Doesn't have a name yet. Names would also be very welcome. And also think about yeah,
Luke, etc.
Yeah, just think about what the character looks like as well. What species of character they can be. Anything is fine. There's no real limit to it. It can be a fantasy creature like Valkia's Tibia. It can be a human. It can be a fucking robot. It can be basically anything. Because the implication.
I even had a rival thought out already.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I would love to hear about that in a little bit. If you guys have written backstories for your character, or you start sort of building something like that. Shar already sent me like a 3-page document about all the background things that have happened to her character.
Nice.
So send them to me. I will mentally abuse your character based on your backstories. I promise you that I will make the best of your character's backstory. And character things that are in a part of your character's backstory might appear on the island. Maybe in hallucinations. Maybe they're actually there. Who knows? All kinds of fucked up shit will happen. So yeah. And yeah, so Amico is now thinking about why they are like this, and you can move on into the names and the looks of the character, and yeah, their sort of motives and stuff like that are not necessarily super important, because, you know, staying alive is a pretty good motive for anyone. You can, of course, have your personal goals to set on the island and do things. Like, okay, well, I'm stuck here, might as well get something done. Or maybe your plan is that I'm gonna figure out a way to get out of here, or something else. Having a motive for your hero is very, very important. And as a very good sort of golden rule for creating characters for D&D campaign is try to not create a main character, but try to create the most interesting side character who you can think of. Valkia's character already fits this category very well. So having a side character usually means that it's a little bit like there's some kind of trope that they play with. Like in Amico's case, the lover of fortune. Valkia's case, this like very ugly but very lovable creature. And stuff like this. These are good starting points for side characters. These sort of tropey elements. But yeah, but always sort of, if I ask you why, I would love to have a reason to why your character is like this. That's something that I'm going to be sort of drilling you guys about. But let's see Ken next, while Amico thinks about Amico's character.
All right. I do have a name.
Okay.
I'm going to send it to you. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly because
Okay.
I stole the name. I stole the name off of the Japanese voice actor of the girl part of Remnant 1/2.
Okay. Okay. Send it to me. Megumi. Okay, so Megumi is the character's name. So this is a weeb character. Very good.
Now she is exactly not Japanese. This is what she calls herself because
okay.
She has two different personalities.
Right. I remember. Yeah. So she has split personality.
Yeah. So the one personality is gonna be your typical tsundere, or however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I can't pronounce tsundere correctly, but yes, tsundere. Okay.
Yeah. But this is gonna be like that's just like the easiest way to explain that part.
Yeah. And then the other side was like an high school idol or something like that.
Yeah, it's
like a
pop idol. So like, you know, real gushy.
Yeah,
real
bubbly.
like just positive about everything.
Yeah.
Just wants everyone to like her and stuff like that.
Yeah. So So the character, so Megumi, she has a severe case of split personality where I could, for example, suggest that in the beginning of every day, you have to flip a coin for which personality is in charge today, and you're gonna get some penalties.
I wasn't going to do it by day. I was gonna do it per interaction.
You're gonna have to throw people like so many coins if that happens.
No, not like per like sentence or anything. Just like if we just go to the shop the entire time we're like at that shop talking to the person.
Okay.
And like a little bit after, it's gonna be one person. So it's gonna be like a length. It's just gonna be like some random unknown length.
Yeah, it's like an event.
Eventually...
When an event is happening, that's when it can change. I mean, if you remember to sort of throw a dice or a coin every time that happens, I'm all for it. It sounds like fun. And the character is sort of very cold and difficult to approach in one side, and other side is very attention hungry and very bubbly and sort of overly positive. So they have very sort of strong contrast between these parts of their personality, right?
Yeah.
And why? That's a thing that I will say.
I actually have an answer to that.
Yeah, go for it.
So as she was growing up, typical suburban family.
Yeah.
An undisclosed location.
Yeah.
I don't want to give a nationality to the character.
Yeah, that's fine.
So when they were growing up, her dad would take her to like his buddies like poker games and stuff where everyone was just like mean, harsh to each other.
Okay.
And her mom had totally different plans for her.
Okay.
So they wanted her to be super girly, sing, do all that stuff, like live the life that mom never had kind of thing. And so over time through this childhood, she actually developed a split personality.
Yeah. Okay, so one personality is to please mother, and one personality is to please father, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually pretty interesting. So basically, there's some family drama technically, because this could sort of classify as like mental abuse towards a child, to vicariously try to live your dreams through a like a little child. To the point where they start developing these coping mechanisms to get the love of their parents. That's a pretty interesting background to build something like this on, and there could even be some like more sinister undertones to this. So you could maybe think about some kind of like what I would love for you to think about is like go more in depth about what her family is like, and is her family even good? Is it a good family? Or is she just convincing herself that it's a good family? Because, families have to stick together and stuff like that. So maybe at some point she can go on an adventure to discover her own personality instead of these two, or something like that. So there's a lot of room that I can see for character growth, which is pretty cool.
There's also one more classic trope that I will be adding. I will be during the first session, I will be assigning everyone a number, and then I will be rolling a dice. Okay. And whoever number it lands on, the Tsundere character will basically be enamored by that character.
Okay, so the Tsundere character is gonna have a crush on one of the characters.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. A good thing that you brought that up. Player romance. What are you guys? This is obviously, I don't give a shit. If you guys want to have like the possibility of character-to-character romance, I'm all for it. But some people are not like comfortable with that as well. What are you guys' sort of takes on this? Let's start with Amico. Are you okay with it, or are you not okay with it? It's totally okay to just be honest. We can just leave those people who are not okay with it out of the dice throwing game.
I'm okay with it.
Amico is fine with it. Valkia?
I'm fine. I had a horny character, but I chose not to go with the horny character this time.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so Valkia is fine with it too. Arcade?
I'm fine with it. I don't know if my character is going to be like.
That's just gonna make it funnier. That's just gonna make it funnier. She's just gonna be obsessed with like this thing that doesn't respond at all.
I mean, unless someone's playing a skeleton character, I don't think Tibia will be interested.
Yeah, exactly. But that just makes it funnier. So I'm all for chaos like this, because it's all for shits and giggles on the long run. So okay, that's good. So the tsundere character, Tsun, is on a love quest. Very good. I hate calling it love quest. Fuck. Okay.
I'm sure there are some
Unsun?
creatures in the island.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
find.
You can also, yes. So NPC romance, trying to romance NPCs is totally fine. The NPCs will never, like seek you, but you can romance them if you want to try. I'm totally fine with it. There's obviously, even though my Twitch channel is 18 plus, we're not gonna be like RPing like, okay, and then he pushes his fist into her asshole and it was so hot. We're not gonna go there. We're gonna do the classical fade. Yeah, we're gonna do the classical fade to black if fucking happens. But flirting with NPCs is fine. Romance with NPCs is fine. The NPCs will never seek you. Just so that you will never get a situation where some NPC that you are not like comfortable with is seeking you out romantically, unless they're like let's say like a succubus that's trying to like eat your soul by like romancing you. If they have like some kind of ulterior story-based motive for it, they might, but most likely not gonna happen. But if you find some like fucking annoying tavern keeper who has like a Mickey Mouse's voice that you're really horny about, you can try to romance them if you want to. That's totally fine. I think in the last campaign, Kem had this witch who was like a potion shopkeeper. Kem's character was a barbarian in the previous campaign. There was this big titty witch who was a potion shopkeeper that Kem's character fell for, and they had like ghost sex or something stupid like that, and then they like a squirrel stole the book that they turned into ghosts with, and they were stuck as like ghosts covered in ectoplasm for a good portion of the session, and it was fucking cringe. So yeah, generally speaking, there's gonna be a lot of like funny nonsense. Most likely like any kind of sexual themes and stuff like that will be very sort of comedic as well. So don't expect anything super romantically serious. They're gonna be like funny things most likely. So yeah. But okay, so romance is very much open in the air. Very cool. Arcade, what is your character like?
Oh shit, the pressure. Oh, pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, so my character is going to be a robot.
Okay.
His name is 120131313.
1201313.
Or Robbie.
Robbie, okay. 1201313. Okay. Is there a significance to the number sequence?
Because it can be read as sort of as Robbie.
Oh yeah, it can.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, now that I look at it, yeah, like this.
But his actual name is Robert.
Okay.
But I mean, just call him whatever.
Okay, so it's 1201313, right?
131313. So there's another 13.
Oh yeah.
For the I and
I.
E.
Yeah.
I was originally gonna do this as Leet speak, but
yeah, that okay.
I figured the numbers works. Just all numbers works out better.
Okay.
Due to his origin.
Cool. So it's Robbie like this.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. And
but to make it easy, it can be spelled as Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie. Yeah, we'll just call him Robbie. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me about him. Do you have anything sort of built up yet?
Sort of. So he is he always sounds positive.
Okay.
Which may be a result of some damage he took to his motherboard housing unit or his head. He took some head damage.
Yeah.
Regardless of the situation, he will sound positive.
Okay. So it's sometimes like out of place.
Yeah, but there are times where he like the way he speaks about something in a positive manner.
Yeah.
May not actually be how he feels about it.
So he can't help it. Okay.
Yeah, he can't help it.
Cool.
I do have a little bit of concept art for him. I don't know if you want me to send that to you a little bit later, or
you can. Can't help it. Understands the concept of sad things though.
Yeah.
Understands sad. So he's like sort of like he's like disabled in a sense. He can't say anything but positive things, even if he wants to.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. That's much better than what it was originally. Very good.
Can't remember what it was originally.
Originally it was just that he's very positive, like about everything. Who built him and why?
At the moment, the backstory is kind of still in the works. Like, he was built on an assembly line with others that were very similar to him. Hence his numeral name.
Yes.
It's more just kind of his little barcode, but just kind of made as slave work. And at some point during that, he took some damage to the head and gained a sort of sense of self.
Yeah.
And
he became sentient.
But it also came, he became sentient, but it also came with the issue of always speaking in a positive manner despite how he actually feels.
Okay. Great. Having,
like I said, it can be a work in progress.
Yeah. Absolutely. Think about why he was created, and also all of you think about why would your character go out to the sea? What is the reason to why you went out to the sea in the first place? So that you can sort of go on from there, like okay, well, we meet in here, and why did we end up here? So think about that. I would also, Arcade said that you already have some kind of concept art for the character. So I'm not going to ask you about the looks, but about Kem as well. I'd love to hear what your character looks like. That is also sort of like an important part of the character. If you have some kind of general concept images of the character's like looks, it's something to this direction, that would be nice, because I would love to draw like shitty little like character icons for you guys to use as play pieces on the maps.
I just have to go through our PSO2 chat and find it.
Yeah, go for it.
Did you want me to send you the stuff now,
go for it. Yeah, you can send it now. Are you okay with people on stream seeing it?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just a sketch, so it's not completed.
That's fine.
Like most of my art is.
I'll create, like, first I'll just make like these sort of nonsensical looking like sort of funny doodle versions of your characters, and then once I get more time, slowly but surely throughout the campaign, I'll update your character portraits into like proper illustrations, so that you'll have characters to work with. Okay, so it's like this kind of like you said it's the character from Treasure Planet.
Kind of the way he acts too. It could also be I don't know if you've seen the movie Robots.
I have not. That was one of those movies like Ants with a Z that I was like, this is not an interesting name for a movie. I'm not interested in this. So I have not seen it. No. But
okay. Here we could say the robot from Treasure Planet.
Yeah. Here we have this little doodle that Arcade has of the character. Let's copy this and paste it here as a smaller version. And let's give him legs so that he's not sad. I'm assuming he's not floating, right?
No, he's not floating. I just never got around to doing the leg portion. I was just focusing on the top portion. The second one was just a little bit of concept, like if he ended up going the weeb class.
Very good. Yeah, there is a weeb class for just so you guys know.
Okay, I'm taking that.
Yeah. So there's now, he has beautiful hands and he has beautiful legs. Very cool. Yes, there are classes. There are new classes that you won't probably encounter anywhere. I hope not. It would be fucking cringe if you did. Not that I'm like, oh fuck, people would steal my. No, I mean like, who the fuck comes up with stupid nonsense like this? I will send you a link to a Google Drive folder that is going to have the classes that you can play and character sheets for you guys that are completely empty. And we can sort of start filling these out as we go about. There's also a map, like a featureless map, that all of you guys will be given at the very beginning. And I'm gonna make this sort of fun for you guys. You will not be given a map that shows where everything is. You'll be given an empty map, and you can fill it up for yourself. It's been sectored into like these little quadrants, and there's enough. It's a very high resolution image, so you can easily sort of doodle stuff in them with like paint or whatever, write little memos on it and stuff like that. Oh, here's this town, or here's this thing. And I would love to, at the very end of the campaign, compare everyone's maps and see what kind of differences they have. So I will give you this link. There we go. And you will be able to look into the classes in advance already if you want to build into some specific direction. Valkia is there. Amico is there. And for Char, I'll send it after Char appears here. So there's 25 classes in total. They are divided into 4 different roles. There is a supporting role, which goes from everything from buffs and healing to like fucking sabotage and whatever. There is a like a stealth role, and it's like, you know, stealth stuff. And then there is a tank role that has multiple different classes in it. Some are for social situations, some are for actual combat situations. They're all a little bit different. They have their own little flavors. And then there is the combat roles, which are more for dealing damage. You could think of them like in classical MMORPGs. You have different roles. You have tanks, you have healers, you have DPS. Except that in this case, we also have like the stealth role to... fucking Jetbot-chan.
Yeah!
I forgot about him. Yeah. Very good, okay. Very good. We will create a very nice avatar for this character. Also, something like a sort of especially for characters who are sort of biological, I guess. What is the... Well, I mean, I guess in a robot it would be important too. What is the sort of apparent age of your character? That is also somewhat important. Like, are they an adult? Are they like a newborn? Do they not know anything about the world? Like, what is their sort of like general level of starter knowledge of how things should work and stuff like that? That would also be good. And while you guys are looking through your classes and stuff and thinking about your backstories, I'm gonna introduce all.
I have the age. I already thought about all this.
Very cool. What is the age of the character?
So she's a young adult, about getting into college, first or second year, somewhere around there.
Okay, how old are people when they go to second year in college?
I think they're like 18, 19, 20, around those 3 ages. So.
Okay, cool. 19-ish.
Yeah.
Valkia, were you about to say something?
She's still super naive and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. Very cool. Valkia, was there something?
I mean, I have my like apparent age.
Yeah. What is it?
It depends how long do these creatures live in your world, but basically I am not quite adult, but almost.
Okay, young adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really need specific numbers. I just need the general sort of concept. So basically, you're kind of in the same age range as Megumi is. So okay, so 2 young adults, very good. And Arcade and Amico. Arcade, do you have any idea for what your character's apparent age is gonna be?
Apparent age. Well, he's probably not nearly as old, like since he was made.
Yeah.
He probably projects more of probably more of a young adult.
Okay.
He could be a little bit older too.
Too older. Okay. Cool. Very nice.
I imagine the kobolds living like most, like at most like 15 years maybe. So
yeah.
I'm
very,
not gonna be
possible.
19, but I'll be like 4 years old.
Yeah, something. Yeah, in their age range, gonna be like very good.
And I only have knowledge of my home cave, pretty much.
Yes, very secluded. The society is very, very secluded. Yes, that makes sense. So this is a journey of discovery for your kobold. Very good. A perilous journey of becoming a kobold hero. Or maybe
I'm calling her a kobold, but I'm not sure what she is.
Yeah. What is the let's put like little things here. Yeah. She's like something kobold-like, but it could be like a custom new species. We can think of a name for the species at some point for sure. Very cool. But yeah, here are our classes. We have 4 different roles. Technically 5. The social classes fall into the same 4 roles that are fighter, aggressor, scout, and support. And they all have a social version of the class in there as well. And the social version is basically for non-lethal combat. It's for having discussions, being a fucking Redditor, and other cringe like that. So yeah, we have 25 fully unique classes. There's some funny classes, there's some shit meme classes, there are some more serious classes, more classical fantasy stuff. So you can sort of pick and choose whatever you feel like is the flavor of the day, or what you feel like matches the character's description the best. In the fighter class, we have Battle Mage, which probably makes sense. It's just casting spells, making explosions happen, fire, elemental things, whatever. Then we have Weapon Master, a weapon specialist, who has the ability to try to make everything they see into a weapon, one way or another. So it's like a very sort of improvisation-heavy melee priority class. Then we have Mindbreaker, which is a social combat class, which is you are as like aggressively mindfucky as you can be, and your purpose is to crush your enemies mentally before they even get to pick up a weapon. Gotcha Mage, which is everything is RNG, like everything. Your spells are completely random nonsense. Everything all of your skills are completely random nonsense. And you can, if you see this, open this thing for yourselves, you can click on the Gacha Mage down below, and you can see like a class description. I've hidden the further level abilities. They are very nonsensical and funny, I swear. And all you will see for now is how to level up your class. There will be like special events that you have to do and stuff like that in order to level up your class. So for example, in order to reach level 2 Gacha Mage, you have to roll a 10 on a d10. That's it. But you can only do it once a day. So there's a lot of stupid shit like this on the Gacha Mage class. But yeah, it's an RNG heavy class. Then we have the Weeb class, which is you know, it's like the embodiment of cringe. They have a special ability called Cringe, which is that they can like, they're so fucking awful to deal with that they deal like mental damage to you. Think of it like Bleed from the Soul series, where it deals 10% of the target's mental energy to deal with this cringe. And the downside to it is that all of your friends who see you being fucking cringe will also take that cringe damage. So you're going to be a very double-edged sword in combat encounters. And if you play the weeb class, you have to always, and I mean always, shout out your attack names out loud. So you have to fucking dedicate yourself to this shit if you want to play the weeb class. Then, in the aggressor classes, which are the tank classes, we have the disruptor, which is a specialty, specializing in creating distractions around you, and it puts the distractions attention into something else. So you can make I don't know, like a house suddenly fall into a sinkhole, and everyone's gonna go look at that. And while that's happening, you can do something else and stuff like that. There's the provoker, described as the combat attention whore. So it's like a classical melee tank class. Things will be aggro will be drawn onto you. You will have a special skill called provoke, which allows you to force enemies to target you for a specific amount of time, stuff like that. Then there is the celebrity, which is you're like a YouTuber. So you're a cringy sort of small-time sensation, and you have a special fame status, which increases your ability to do like roles and stuff like that, depending on how well you RP your character and how your fame spreads across the lands. So there is a fame system that goes along with this, and your fame can obviously also lower if you, like, for example, embarrass yourself in public. Then you're gonna have to make an apology video about it. So yeah. Then we have accuser, which is specifically a tank class that diverts attention instead of from themselves to another like person. So it's like, oh fuck, you punch someone in the face and you're like, oh, Amico did it, it wasn't me, and then the aggro is gonna be on Amico instead of you. So it's like a shit person version of a tank, basically. Then we have antagonist, which is basically like if you want to become a crime lord, this is the class to go for. It's very intimidation heavy. There's a lot of morally questionable things that you will be doing to level up this class, and you can your special feature is that you can hire underlings who will be working for you, and they have their own like morality system that comes with it, and they will sort of do your bidding. And yeah. Then in the scout class, which is the stealth classes, and you know, scouting, you can sort of scout ahead of areas to see if they're dangerous or not. Very useful, especially when going out and about in the world, to sort of make sure that you don't get caught in combat. We have the naturalist, which is, as probably a sort of name explains itself, it's very good in areas of high foliage, natural environments, very, very good at that kind of stuff. You can make friends with animals, stuff like that. You can have animal companions, etc. Then there's the spy, which is specializing in enemy territory infiltration. For example, dungeons. If you find a city that has like a crime syndicate or something like that, the spy is specializing in getting in there and not getting caught. Then we have a thief, probably pretty self-explanatory. You can steal shit, and you have to be pretty sneaky to do that. Then we have a listener, which is you're just like a sort of wallflower type of person. You become very unnoticeable, and you're very good at listening. You gather all the gossip to yourself, and through that you can understand the social flow of the environment considerably better, which can be very useful in various situations. Then we have the old meme class called Imposter, in brackets sus. It has all the shittiest of memes built into the class. You can read for yourself, but basically it is a very sussy class. There are awful Amogus memes that you guys can enjoy if you play that class, and it also pairs well with the weeb class because it has resistance to cringe that is based on old memes. So it's pretty good in that aspect. Then we have the support classes, which are obviously healer. Probably makes sense what it does. It heals your AoEs. Then we have the synergist, which is specializing in giving buffs. Like, oh, you want to do more damage, I'm gonna give you this buff that gives you more damage. You want to take less damage, I'm gonna give you this buff that does that. You want to be bigger, I'm gonna give you this buff that does that. So forth and so forth. Saboteur, same as synergist except the opposite way. Instead of fighting with fireballs and stuff like that, you're gonna cast poisons and sleeps and paralysis and stuff like that on your enemies to debilitate them in indirect ways. So it is a sort of disrupting, like combat disruptor class in that sense. Then we have a temporalist, which is a time magic based class. So you can affect the turn order, you can affect the speed of characters, everything that revolves around like the control of speed and movement, which can be very useful in exploration as well, because it can make it faster to explore that. It also allows you to skip cutscenes, which is very powerful. And then the social class is the therapist. They are basically a healer, but for mental damage instead. And they have a specialty that they can use sofas as weapons. They will carry their personal sofa with them. And it gives them a bunch of benefits. They can also use after leveling it up a little bit, they can start using their skills on also like things that would maybe be considered enemies. So you can give therapy sessions to your enemies to maybe make them your friends instead. Why do you feel like you should burn everything? Can you tell me about it? Can you tell me about your feelings? So it's like that. So there's a lot to choose from. And it can be very overwhelming in the beginning. And it's supposed to be that way. You can change your classes basically on a whim. You have to be in like specific hub areas to be able to do it. So you can't change your class in the right in front of combat or anything like that. But in hub areas, you can change your classes in these designated spots. So you can build your own personal favorite kind of character from all the traits that you find on these other classes, which you can read into freely. You don't necessarily have to decide today. Synergist has already been decided. Amigo sounded like Gacha Mage is like the way to go.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
His religion. I would figure that would go well with him.
Yes, yeah, no, that is a perfect match for sure. Right, and it even says here, random chance is your religion. That's a perfect match. Very good. So yeah, you can decide sort of what you want to go with, and you can also see like so you're all going to start as like quote unquote freelancer classes, which is like there's no class, and then in the character sheet you can see what are the level 1 conditions to unlock the class, which in here is, for example, for the synergist is intelligence +2, dexterity -1. That's going to be what is going to get you started on the class. After you have unlocked the class, you don't have to have these specific stat set, but having these stats on your character sheet in the beginning is how you can unlock specific classes. So if you are dead set on playing, for example, a synergist, you can make sure that your character has these properties to begin with, so that you can start off with the class as soon as they become available. Is accuser just all your abilities are shirk? That's basically it. Yes, it is exactly that. And there are in the class sheets, you'll be able to see these class techniques, which are your active skills. You can use them basically at any point. These are like skills you can use in combat, out of combat, whatever. If there is an I in brackets next to your skill, it means that it's an instant, which means that you can cast it as a reaction to anything. So there is reactionary parts to combat and situations in this as well, where, for example, if you see that one of your friends is going to get hit by a big attack, you can have some kind of skill to pull them away from the range of damage or something like that. The skills that are instant are usually considerably higher in mana cost than than the normal ones. So you can't just spam them all willy-nilly. And then there is the blue skills that are underneath, which are your class abilities, which are passive. They're like passive skills that are constantly active, and you can like sort of activate them whenever, if they are something that you need to activate, and stuff like that. So read up on your classes, and we can after you guys are sort of have a general understanding of everything, we can start also working on your character sheets, getting sort of started with stuff, so that we will have your beginning characters set up. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, this is to the group. I have 2 classes in mind: a temporalist or an antagonist. Both fit my character pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
The antagonist can fit both because, well, when you can get intimidated by like super kindness.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So that fits both. Temporalist fits both because you can slow, speed. It's just more of a support thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, those are my ideas of what I'm probably one of the 2 I'm gonna choose.
So you want the other people to share if they have any opinion on which one you should
Yeah,
pick.
yeah. I still want the team to be balanced, so
yeah.
I don't want everyone going DPS and then being like, "Why'd we lose that fight?" Well, I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be going support.
Yeah, Valkia is going synergist. Valkia wants to go synergist. So Valkia already has a support class. So
it fits my character so well.
Yeah. So if you want to be the antagonist, that would make you a tank class. So that would give us because the Gacha Mage is a DPS class, even though its DPS is very it's very random. So from that perspective, playing antagonist would probably be the most balanced situation right here, because then we would have one tank, we would have one like supporter, and one DPS class at the moment.
Arcade
going weeb.
Yeah, Arcade. What was your? Are you want to be weeb?
Do I want to be weeb?
Yeah.
I could try to go weeb. I just really need to up my knowledge on anime.
You don't have
and
to
shit.
if you don't want to. You absolutely do not have to if you don't want to. if there's another class that you want to play, go for it.
I think I do have to go. I think I do have to go through and see again and kind of refresh on what's here.
Yeah.
I do have a question about the therapist though.
Go for it.
Well, it is a support class. My mind kind of goes toward the one anime where the healer is like a badass motherfucker. Could you use therapist not in a good way? Like if you're helping out an enemy, can you, like if you wanted to combine therapist and mindbreaker?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to help them, you're mentally scarring them or something.
Absolutely.
Okay.
These,
I was just curious if that combination would work.
Social classes are extremely RP dependent. So if you want to gaslight your opponents into like being super like miserable, you absolutely can. That is totally a valid thing to do. Even though it's very morally questionable, but it's yes, you can do it.
My character's gonna sound super happy the entire time.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, like I said, I'll have to go through the classes a little bit.
Absolutely. And remember that you guys can sort of plan with yourselves as well to do, like, create different sort of party synergies. To be like, okay, well, in this situation, maybe we should make the party synergy like this, and maybe in this situation we should make it like this. To explain this a little bit, and why I want to encourage trying different classes even further, is that there are 4, like, think of them like the Elite Four or gym leaders from Pokemon. There are 4 of these like significant like people of power on this island. They have like these massive dungeons that are built around them, and you have to go through them and encounter the final boss at the end of it. And they have to all be defeated one way or another, or like their rage must be quelled in order to obtain more. Basically, you can't get the ending unless you have interacted with all of these 4 significant characters. And all of these 4 significant characters, their dungeons are built around different role mechanics. So in one dungeon, you might be best to be like very combat oriented, like physical combat oriented, like do damage, defend, have good tank, healer, DPS synergy. In another dungeon, it might be all about social combat. You might be thrown into a situation where if you try to brute force things, you're gonna be met with unimaginable force back at you. I want to make it so that you can clear any of these dungeons with any kind of role you want. However, the difficulty is significantly higher if you try to do it in a non-planned way. So I highly encourage creativity, and if it sounds funny, I will always generally say yes. But these dungeons are designed in a way where in one dungeon, tank classes are really useful. In one dungeon, DPS classes are really useful. In one dungeon, social situation classes are really useful. In one dungeon, sneaking is really, really useful, and so on and so forth. So that's the sort of gist of how I want to build these situations. And but you can approach these situations in whatever way you please. That's totally fine by my sense, and I might give you like some general hints towards what is the alignment of the dungeon, like what is beneficial here. But I will probably keep it up to you guys to figure out how you want to tackle each situation. And you can swap up your character's synergies and stuff like that, create different kinds of synergies for different situations, and so forth and so forth and so forth. And because this is a fully custom system, there are bound to be some things that are totally fucking broken. And they might get nerfed in the middle of things, or buffed in the middle of things if they're just complete trash. So I want to sort of, there is going to be a constant flow of balance. So don't get super attached to things, because they might change. If I see people doing the same strategy over and over and over again, I might nerf it one way or another, so that it will encourage people to try out different things, because, you know, it gets kind of stale if you guys just do the same solution for every situation, right? So think of it as not as me being an asshole, and more of as I want the game to be more fun to you and be more sort of in line of something that would feed your creativity, more than just doing the same thing over and over, discovering this one broken thing. Or if nothing else, I will make it so that this one broken strategy that you have devised only works in specific kinds of situations. So there will be balance. But yeah, very cool. Classes have been introduced. Your characters are sort of in a situation. Amico, have you come up with any kind of details about your character yet?
Background is coming along.
Okay.
I still don't know how the character looks, but
Do you have a name for
background is
them?
coming along. No.
Okay, that's fine.
Are they a human?
Are they? Yeah. Do you have any concept of what
Something humanoid, yes.
Something humanoid.
I think
Okay.
Something, yeah, like a human or.
Yeah.
Or a fucking
And I'm
or
assuming
something like that.
Megumi is a human, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something.
Something
Something
human-like.
like
Yeah. Very cool. Okay. Well.
Do you want to figure out what class we want to start with, like during this session right now, or is that
No.
something that we can let you know a little bit later?
You can you have basically all the way up to the next session when we decide on when you decide your classes sort of
Okay.
in the game to decide what you want to play. Just keep in mind the class stats. Basically, if we look at the character sheet, we move on to the character sheet. Let's take like, for example, let's take arcade sheet here under our magnifying glass a little bit. We're probably gonna figure out a way to get these character sheets into the virtual tabletop system one way or another. But for now, there are Google Sheets. Very nice Google Sheets, mind if I add. Very, very simple stuff. Character name, everyone knows what that is. Race, size. Size is important. So like how tall is your character? You can give like a general idea of like small, medium, or large. Small would be something like a Lalafell from Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, like a kobold. Yeah. Medium would be an average human. And a large would be bigger than average human. So like 2 meters up. And gender, your character's gender, so that I'll know whether if I should call it a she or a he or whatever their thing might be. And their role and their class. These we already went over. Class level, character level. Obviously, all of your characters will start at level 1. And we will fill up these things here. All of you guys will start with 10 HP. So if you're looking at your character sheet already, you can already change that. And your character level is going to be 1. And your non-lethal health is going to be the same. So your non-lethal health would be also 10. And you can see in the way the sort of classes function is that they give you a passive modifier to stuff like your HP and whatever. So if you are playing a class that is, let's say, it gives you 30% more health, then you're gonna be sitting at 13 health after you swap into that class and stuff like that. And then there's damage taken, abnormal statuses, status description. That's just a box where you can write that, okay, I'm fucking poisoned and it hurts. And stuff like that. Then we have stamina, which is stamina is basically a resource outside of MP that you can use to do some things. And the most common thing that you're going to be using your stamina for is exploration. Going from one of those squares on your map to another is going to consume a specific amount of stamina depending on the terrain and the area around you, which is going to limit your, like, how much you can explore in a day. And after a day comes to an end, you can rest, like in your average D&D campaign. And if you have food items, you can ensure that if you have enough food foraged from the nature and the island itself, or bought from the local supermarket in some bigger city or something like that, you will be able to regain more stamina. And maybe gain some special perks and buffs and stuff like that. Exhaustion is a special status that is related to MP consumption, but it's not really relevant right now, so we don't need to worry about that. Then we have the karma, and it says maximum is 100. So for example, you can't have 70 negative karma and 70 positive karma at the same time. You're going to have 70 negative karma and at most 30 positive karma. So you have to first lower your negative karma in order to gain some positive back. So it's like a sort of balancing system. Then here we have the core stats. Pretty self-explanatory. The idea is that if any of your core stats hits -5, you will be crippled in that stat. And any rolls that you make in that stat will always be a nat 1. So try to avoid that, because it will lead into some bad things. In the very beginning, I will give you guys 5 points to distribute into your core stats as you see fit. And you can't go over 3 at the beginning in any particular stat. And if you want to, you can also reduce up to 1 point from a different stat to give it to another stat. So for example, if you want to have 3 in strength and 3 in constitution and 0 in everything else, you would have to have -1 in something else. So you can get a 6th skill point by taking a -1 in one different thing. So if you have a class in mind that you would wish to start your game with, you can take that into account when setting your character's skill points, or like the core stat points. We're not going to be rolling any dice for this stuff in the beginning, because I feel like it's often a little bit unfair because, you know, someone's always going to roll better than someone else. So this is going to be fully up to you guys. What do you feel your character's stats would be like? What would be the highest stat on a robot? What would be the highest stat on a, not really a kobold, but kind of like one? What would be the highest stat on a gacha mage? And so on. And then there's movement speed. The 5, in this case, means 5 panels. We're not going to be using any kind of... Because we have people from America who don't believe in, like, real measurement systems. So instead of using, like, feet or meters or anything like that, we're just going to use panels. So when you have 5 as your movement speed, you can move over 5 panels in a single turn. In combat, that being. And your swimming and flying and climbing things. If you have a reason to why you feel like your character should be a little bit better at some of these, you can argue your case. I don't mind if you feel like your character would lore-wise be like, let's say, like, I would believe it if, like, a kobold, for example, would be better at climbing because their body is very light, so they can move very fast in rough terrain. So they could start with a little bit higher climbing modifier. And initiative is something that you throw at the beginning of combat. It is that the rule which dictates what the turn order is. Pretty simple. There is going to be a bonus or penalty to it depending on the situation. And depending on your class, you're going to have an additional bonus to it depending on what your class uses as its initiative bonus. And then there are saving throws, which you're going to have to do in a situation like, fuck, you drank some sleeping poison, throw me a constitution save to see if your body can handle it without you falling asleep. There's reflex, very probably self-explanatory. Oh, fuck, there's a car trying to hit you to take you to an isekai. You have to dodge out of the way. Will, someone's trying to force, like, mind control you or something, you can resist it. Then there's confidence, which is if like, let's say there's a massive amount of social pressure around you, you have to throw a confidence save to make sure that you don't get you don't start staggering and you don't know what to say. And then there's spirit, which is intelligence based, which is like if you are being like, well, maybe using the mind control is a bad example for will. Wisdom save. Will is like your strength of will, and spirit is more like your spiritual ability to prevent negative things from coming your way. Essentially, like if someone's trying to curse you, you're gonna throw spirit instead of will. And then the next page, we have skills and such. I will give you 5 skill points to begin with, and as it says here on the side, you can, in order to get a rank in your skill point, which means that you will get a +1 modifier into those skills, you have to have 2 skill points in it. Which means that at a single skill point, you're not actually going to be having any benefits to that thing yet. There's a bunch of different things here. There are like different abilities that you might use in your daily adventure or life. There's acrobatics, disguise, knowledge pathfinding, a bunch of different things that you can use to make your way throughout the island. And you can also see that there are these empty skills here, such as craft. If you feel like your character in lore is capable of already crafting something, or while on their adventures during the island, they learn something that they might be good at crafting, you can fill in, for example, craft, I don't fucking know, alcohol.
Oh.
Yeah, for craft bones, for example. You can put it here. And then we can decide together what is the appropriate bonus type modifier for it. And for anyone who's wondering, the bonus type is based on your core stats. So if you have +1 in dexterity, you're going to get a +1 in acrobatics, and so forth and so forth. And ranks also adds to that total. So if you feel like your character is specializing in something, this is a good time to start sort of building that direction. Then we also have perform, which can be arts, can be dancing, it can be music, it can be anything like that. You can also suggest things for here. as well, if your character has that kind of backstory. Like, for example, for Valkia's case, I would absolutely recommend to put perform music.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There. And it's going to be charisma based, I would say. And then we have this fucking freak over here. We have a fortune stat, and it has an LCK, and it doesn't mean lick, which is probably disappointing to some people. It means luck. There is a very prominent element of fortune and luck to things in my campaigns generally. And the way luck works is kind of wonky, where you cannot have any positive modifiers on luck, because luck is, it's luck. However, if fortune smiles upon you, it's more likely to smile upon you again. So the way luck works is that you can only get temporary modifiers to it. Whenever you roll an 18 or higher on any full odds roll that requires you to roll fortune, you will get a +1 modifier to the luck, which will be added to your total. So if you next time roll a 17, it's still going to be a +1 into it. And if you roll a 16 next time, it's still going to be a +1 into it, because there's going to be always a positive modifier to it until you've rolled something else, and then the whole sort of chain is going to collapse, and you're going to start from beginning again. So technically, you can, if you do things right and play it smart, you can maybe even manipulate luck a little bit. So there is a system for that as well. And then we have role skills. These are skills that can only be used in your role. So combat roles, generally speaking, can use scan and combat tactics. Scan is, as it probably sort of implies, it allows you to see stuff like maybe the approximate amount of enemy health. If you throw really well, you can actually probably see the actual amount of health an enemy might have. And then any other information such as what element the enemy might be. Stuff like that. Combat tactics gives you an understanding of what might be like a good way to approach an enemy if you throw well at it. Aggressor intimidate probably makes sense what it is. You want to scare someone, you can throw intimidate. And divert attention, which is very important for causing distractions of various sorts. Then Scout has sneak, so it's like an advanced form of stealth that you need to use it in specific situations. You can't run just stealth. It is specifically good for stuff like infiltration and traversing areas while hidden. Then there's detect, which is used for example, detecting traps, detecting hidden passages, stuff like that. And then there's support that has first aid, which is a form of healing that you can do without expending your resources too much. Especially, I think it was like out of combat that it was. Let's see. I think they are explained in these things. Healer. There we go. First aid. Roll a 1d20 to apply first aid and heal some injuries without expending mana. Yeah. And diagnosis is for attempting to diagnose a health issue in target. So for example, if you see that someone's bleeding but you don't know which hole the blood is coming from, you can use your diagnose to figure that out and clog up that hole better. So that's that. Then we have understood cultures. I'm not gonna have understood languages as a thing here because it's very difficult to RP that, now this is speaking Blorgon and everyone else can't speak Blorgon. So instead it's gonna be understood cultures. So for example, if you encounter a village of weeaboos and they're gonna start saying uwu nya nya, uwu nya at you, you're gonna have to understand the culture of weebs to understand what the fuck they're trying to say to you. So
meow back at them.
Yeah, exactly. So, and if you feel like you would already understand some culture, for example, like the culture related to your class or their race or something like that, you can put that here. So once, for example, we figure out what the race name for the kobolds that are not exactly kobolds is gonna be, we can put that there. So if they encounter anything similar to them, they can communicate and rattle some bones.
Creatures.
Yeah, cave dwelling. Yeah, exactly. That could very well be too. So that when you find a cave, Valkia is gonna be able to understand what is the best kind of cave, and like what is if this cave is inhabited or not, and if the inhabiting creature is friendly or not, stuff like that.
Oh no, it's a cave of rock collectors. We have to leave.
Yes, exactly. If it's a cave of rock collectors, you have to leave. So understood cultures, like cave creatures cultures, stuff like that. And there's a lot of space for these, so you can have a lot of things here. MP starts at 100. It is already sort of there, and then we have MP spent here as a separate thing, because you can, on some classes, you can spend more MP than what you have. It's gonna come with a lot of backlash and penalties and stuff like that, but you can overexert yourself. And then techniques known, these are your attacks that you have. You're going to be able to get them through classes. You're going to be able to get them through exploration, experience, roleplay, whatever sort of the situation calls for. And abilities is the passive skills, and you can copy your passive skills from your class sheets and stuff like that here. And you can also obtain these as time goes and your character grows more experience and stuff like that. Also, if you feel like you have some kind of passive skills that you would want to have from the very beginning, you can also suggest them to me. And for example, for like Ken, I would suggest that your character's split personality is a class, like it's not a class ability, but it's an ability. So it's an initial ability that they start with, which gives you a when the character is being tsundere, it gives you a negative like charisma modifier, and when your character is being the idol, it gives you a positive charisma modifier, and in turn, when your character is being a tsundere, maybe they have a higher intelligence modifier, and vice versa for the idol. So they have like shifting modifiers based on which personality is active currently. And then there's blessings. And blessings are like permanent super buffs that you can obtain from defeating secret bosses in the game.
I'm gonna get them all. Like I did last time.
Yeah, Ken was a very much a completionist last time we played. He went after everything. Then we have inventory. Pretty self-explanatory. Your weapon. Right now, unless you have something that you would think would stick to your person even throughout getting washed up in the ocean, you're most likely going to start with hands, which I hope all of you guys have. And
according to my little character thing, I do have hands.
Yes, you do. I just drew you beautiful hands. So yeah. So the hand.
I would argue that I have like very sharp nails and teeth.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. You. Oh, Char's here. Hello, Char. Now we have everyone of the team here. Let me move Char a little bit so that we have everyone in order. After I go through the sheet, the character sheet, I'm gonna go over everything with Char, and I'm gonna give you guys a moment to just go over your stuff, figure out how you want to set up your characters and stuff like that. But before we go into that, let's go over the rest of the sheet. And yes, Valkia, yes, you can have sharp claws and teeth. I don't know if it's gonna make any difference to the damage, but we could change the type of damage into piercing instead, because you're gonna have your sharp claws and teeth. So that is totally fine. And
I will. Sorry.
Yeah.
I will preface a few things by saying I'm currently driving, so I might not be as attentive as I possibly
Okay. Well, if you're driving, yeah, then just focus on driving, okay? We don't want to hear a car crash on the first session.
That's okay.
Well,
I'll just listen to what you guys do, and I'll pick up on things through context clues.
Very good. Okay. So so yeah, your weapon is there, your armor is here. So a little bit different from your average D&D game and stuff like that. We don't have AC. So instead of AC, we just have straight up defense. So a specific percentage or a strict number is reduced from damage that is incoming your way. Basically like that. And then there is accuracy, like a separate accuracy thing related to attacks and stuff like that, which determines whether if they hit or not. And it's not dependent on your armor and stuff like that. Because with AC, it's very possible to build, especially like very tanky characters that have super high AC, and then nothing will hit them, and it will create imbalance very fast. And it can be very unfun for people who just have to watch the tank slowly but surely killing the bosses. So this way, even the tank classes will always be taking damage. There will always be damage coming through, so there will be actual value to the healer classes through that. So the tanks can't just be invulnerable effectively. So yeah, and there's resistance types, weaknesses, modifiers. Like for example, if you have an iron armor, it's probably resistant towards cutting damage, which means that it is more applicable against a weapon that might use a sword. But in turn, for example, metal conducts electricity quite well, as at least some kind of metals, and it might make you take more electric damage in turn. And then there are like random modifiers that your thing can also give. Like for example, it might say it's heavy, so it reduces your movement speed by 5 or something like that, which would be a lot in this situation. And then there's accessories, which just give you passive effects. Go for it, Amico. What were you about to say?
I want to give you an update. I have a name now.
Very good. What is your character's name?
Felix.
Felix. Very good.
If they're a cat, I'm gonna be mad.
Are they a cat?
It's one of the options.
The silence right at the beginning.
I'm in between two choices.
Okay. What are those
you
choices?
Have my blessing to be a cat.
Either a elf or a cat person. Yeah.
Okay. Let's vote. Arcade, elf, or cat?
Pass.
No passing.
Elf.
Elf, okay. Ken, elf or cat?
Elf.
Elf, okay. Shar, are you listening, elf or cat?
I mean, do you guys want meme potential, or do you guys want to take it seriously?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what other people think. Just elf or cat. Simple question.
Cat sounds the funniest.
Cat sounds funniest. Okay. What about Valkia?
Cats always over.
Okay, so it's a tie. So so Amico, you're gonna have to decide for yourself.
Yeah.
Well,
no, wait. No, wait. It's an RNG character. Let's throw a coin.
Oh shit!
I was gonna say cat would be a good one because black cats in luck and the superstitions behind cats.
That's true. That's true.
I would think.
That would fit your character though.
I would go with the black cat. Cat person.
Black cat person. Okay, cool. So when we're speaking cat, do we mean like anime? They have cat eyes, or like actually like a furry kind of cat? Or like an actual cat.
It's a Mikote.
It's a Mikote, so it's a cat boy. Oh, is it a girl? Yes. I'm guessing it's a boy.
It's non-binary but yeah, masculine.
No, not non-binary but masculine. Okay, but we would refer to it as a he.
I was gonna go they, but
I mean they is fine too.
They.
Yeah. Okay, they. So it is a... What the fuck is that? I'll just put a question mark. I don't know what the non-binary symbol is like. I'll just put a question mark. So it's a they. Okay, cool. So their gender identity is kind of vague.
I went with non-binary because I have written everything in they terms in my backstory. I don't wanna reach anything, so
okay. That's fine. And it's random, so maybe they're feeling like one thing one day and something else the other.
That was one of my characters.
Yeah, they're letting like their RNG dictate even their identity a little bit.
Like that was my horny character. They would change gender according to the preference of the person they're closest.
Oh fuck, that would be okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I'm going to be so funny.
Very good. Okay. So a genderifically vague character. Yeah, Jens is writing in chat. Google Felix Argyle for Amigo's character reference. Very good. Okay, awesome. So we have a Arcade, does your character have like some kind of gender identity at all?
I would say that normally he'd be probably male, but he is.
I mean, his name is
like
Robbie.
Yeah, but I mean that's also that can also be a girl's name.
Oh, can it?
But there are times like if my character ended up being like a scout or was like infiltrating someplace, not opposed to like cross-dressing or being girly or feminine sort of thing.
Very good. So we have like a party full of nothing but girls or like weirdly twinky people. Fantastic. I'm all for it. Great.
I have already a mixture that can be based on how the character looks.
Okay. Very good.
It's not the right colors, but you know.
Yeah.
Not the right colors again.
Yeah.
No, it's big. It's a meme picture, but you know.
Yeah.
Mute chat.
Yeah, you can send it to me, and let's see mute chat. Oh, you want them to be like a grown, very grown person. Okay, how old would you say approximately they are?
Around 30, I think.
Okay, so it's like early middle age. I don't fucking want to say that. No, he's a maiden in his prime age, except probably not a maiden. Very cool.
Thank you, Mae-Mae.
Yes, exactly. That's that. Yeah, we are all maidens here. Not old. We're not middle-aged. We're maidens. Okay.
Does Felix have the full beard too?
30-ish. There we go. Okay. So Felix is an older character. Then we have two young adults, and then one who is like a robot. So their age is kind of difficult to determine. Okay. Very cool. And I think, if I don't remember wrong from Char's character, she was a little bit on the younger side as well.
I recall she was 21, though
21,
I have to check the backstory.
Yeah, young adult as well. So yeah. And then, inventory, probably self-explanatory. Inventory will not be growing from this, so you have a limited amount of size that you can carry of stuff. Obviously, you can obtain stuff like, you know, the ever-present bag of holding and shit like that. And that might increase your inventory size and stuff like that. And then there's combat items, which are items that you can use during combat, and you can only have 3 at maximum. So for example, if you have potions, you can only carry 3 at most. And this is basically to make it so that the healer classes will never be, or the support classes will never be irrelevant. Because you can only use any kind of items, healing items, buffing items, whatever, at most 3 times per battle. So if you want any kind of more consistent healing or buffing or whatever, you're gonna rely on your support characters. But yeah, I will give you guys a moment to if you guys would like to sort of start filling up your character sheets a little bit, feel free to do so. If you have some kind of character art, you can put it in the character portrait over here. And if you don't, that's fine as well, because I will be doodling you guys like nonsense later on today. I don't know.
I was kind of thinking I'd like to wait for that.
Yeah, we might not have enough time for me to doodle them live on stream, but I will I will doodle stuff for you guys nonetheless. They're gonna be just like, you know, they're gonna be funny looking. They're not gonna be the final designs or anything like that. They're just to be, think of them as like your little figurines that you're gonna be using when stuff like combat happens. Let me see if I can find some kind of example of.
Another small heads up on my end. I'm currently driving by a massive airport, so I might just log off if there is a Wi-Fi blackout.
That's fine. Let's see.
But that'll be just happening automatically.
Let's see. Is that
Question.
maybe? Go for it.
Would you count my weird speech ability thing as an actual ability, or is it just something I do?
I would say that it is an actual ability. Yes. It would go into your ability thing because I would the way I understood is that this is some kind of universal kind of speech that you can communicate basically intent to things.
Yeah.
Which means that you have an omni language way of communication. So you can communicate with basically any kind of creature that can communicate back to you. So
if it can hear music.
If it can hear music, it can communicate with you. So
or I can communicate with it.
You can relay messages to it, but it might not be able to relay them back to you.
So I've named it musical speech.
Yes, and you can write in the description, can communicate universally through music.
As it can only communicate with playing certain notes.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I have to have some sort of an instrument that's able to,
without an
like,
instrument you
notes.
are unable to communicate. Well, obviously you can do like fucking Naruto hand symbols and shit like that. But you know, your communication skills. Yeah, your communication skills are going to be extremely reduced if you don't have an instrument.
But if I do, I can communicate with anything.
Yes, exactly.
So it's balanced.
Yes. Very good. Very good. And as a reminder, starting HP is 10.
So for the split personality thing,
Yeah.
do I have it where the tsundere gets a buff to intimidation?
I don't think tsunderes are really intimidating.
Well, unless they're just straight up just an ass to the.
Yeah, no, I was thinking more that you can put it into your core stats, which would affect your intimidation indirectly as well, because I think the idle one would have, you could say like when you're in the idle personality, you're gonna have a, let's say, a +2 modifier in charisma and a -2 modifier in intelligence. These like modifiers, they are not something that can cripple you. If it's a temporary modifier, it doesn't equate to crippling, even if it were to go to -5. So like that, and then for the tsundere it would be the opposite. So when it's in tsundere form, the charisma is lowered by 2 and intelligence is increased by 2. So you can sort of figure out how to use that to your advantage. And you can write them in the abilities and such. Split person, yeah.
So,
yeah. What's up, Amico?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember hearing that we can roll for the core stats.
No, we're not gonna be rolling for core stats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn.
You will have. I mean, would you like to roll for your core stats? I can give you a D6, and that will give you like the ability to. I would recommend against it.
Do it.
Point by
Do
point by
it.
point
Do
by
I will just put some stuff in. So what's the max?
+3 is the highest that you can put into a single stat.
Okay.
How many points did we have?
You have 5 points.
5.
And
5.
you can gain 1 extra point by putting a negative point into some stat.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so okay. So max 3 and we have 5. Okay.
Yes. Max is for a single stat. You can have higher than. You cannot have higher than 3 points in the beginning. Obviously, as you grow as characters, you can have more and more. But from the way I sort of see your characters, they are all, one way or another, quite immature. Like, they're young. They haven't spent a lot of time on this earth. I mean, Amiko's character might have spent a little bit more time on this planet, but they don't. Considering their religion is random chance, they probably haven't had a lot of like significant life experiences on that aspect just yet. So that would increase their stats or lower their stats like that. So it makes sense that they wouldn't have super high stats at this point yet. And Amiko, did you have some kind of lore for your character?
Yeah, I wrote down like a little background text. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to share it to everyone, or would you like it to be a secret and only reveal it to me?
I can put it into characters or something, but basically I can like explain it like real quick. It's like kind of short, so
yeah, that's fine.
Explain it.
Go for it.
So basically, Felix.
Yeah.
He was like a kind of normal dude. He liked gambling a lot. He liked gambling.
Yeah.
So, one day he lost all of his fortune in gambling. Like,
did he have a fortune?
Was
was he rich? Or fortune as just like, everything he had?
Yeah, everything. He lost everything he had.
Okay.
Like, he was in the bottom of the barrel.
Okay.
So one night he was like trying to looking for a place to stay. So he found a fortune teller's tent.
Okay.
And he asked the fortune teller to tell his fortune, and the fortune teller said that they would have the Lady Luck would bless them soon.
Okay. Okay. Is he on like a journey to find Lady Luck?
It continues.
Okay, go for it.
And Lady Luck did indeed bless them.
Okay.
He found a lottery ticket, and he got like shit ton of money.
Okay.
Like shit ton of money from that.
Yeah.
And he was in the high society.
Yeah.
But some things repeat, that's life. And he lost all of his money again in a bet.
Okay.
So and he like at this point he was like they were like really into the luck thing.
Yeah.
Because they had this fortune like a really long time, like over 5 years or so.
Yeah.
So they went back to the fortune teller like, oh my god, give me, like they went back to the fortune teller looking for answers and stuff.
Yeah.
But the fortune teller just said that they still have the blessing. And this is part of the blessing, And they just pointed them towards the island. And if they want more answers, go there.
Yeah. Okay. Point them towards like you have to go out to the sea because no one outside of the island knows about the island. That's like the thing.
Yeah.
Is that we don't know about it. So, okay. So, Felix's entire life has been in the throes of the whims of fortune, and Felix has experienced both the highs and the lows. And after some time, they realize that they are addicted to the feeling of the whims of fortune making their life more like, I guess from their perspective, the flavor of life lies in the randomness of how things can go and how they might go, and like maybe there's some kind of fate to it. Maybe there's a divine guidance that is guiding them towards some kind of ultimate conclusion or something like that. And this sort of jumping in the throes of fortune and fate is what they find sort of enjoyable in life. Is that like correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's a pretty good summary, yes. Writing, plays the game of chance, loses everything, goes to a fortune teller, continues gambling. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, someone doesn't learn from their mistakes. Very good. But you know, maybe they're not mistakes. Maybe this is all preordained. The Lady Luck works in strange ways. Ken has very much experienced this. In very strange. You're gonna have a very special time. I can say it at this point already. Is you're gonna see things that no one else is going to see, and you're gonna have a very strange experience.
I can't wait.
Very good.
Don't help out any little girls. Stay away from the police. Stay away from the homeless people.
Kim got fucked so hard last.
I won't interact with children.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, run away, run from them. Like Ken was like the most wholesome and nice person in the last campaign. His barbarian was trying to teach a little girl to dance. Like he had his performance skill was in dancing. His barbarian was good at dancing, which was very wholesome. And he was trying to teach this rich family's daughter to dance, to get some pocket money on the side. It was like his side gig. And he ended up getting arrested multiple times for various very unsavory charges, even though he was like always doing the right thing, like morally right thing. He just always got perceived in the worst possible light because he always, and I mean always, threw the worst possible roles in the worst possible situations. And he was blessed by fortune. So yeah. Let us see how fortune smiles upon Felix. That is going to be an interesting thing to see. Very good. Very good. Excellent. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll let you guys keep fiddling with your character sheets, and if you have any questions, please ask me after I'm back. I'll be right back.
I'll do the same. BRB.
All right, so I have the stat requirements to get the antagonist class. I have my sheet pretty much done for what it is.
Small question: have I been generating a lot of noise throughout the stream?
No.
Yeah,
Nothing.
Not really, no.
Oh, okay, good. Then the noise cancelling is indeed working.
Cool.
Yeah, there hasn't been anything, no background noise from you.
Okay.
Wonderful.
I have returned. Question. What are
we
your
start
guys?
at the character level 1, or are we level?
You are level 1.
Start?
Yes, level 1. Question: how are you guys on time preferences? This especially goes. I'm assuming the Americans probably can go because I think it's pretty early for you guys. How long would you like these sessions to be? What is any preference? Generally speaking, my streams last for about 3 hours, but sessions can be longer if you want them to be. Or should we just go with like after 3 hours, which is the normal stream time, we're gonna go a round of do people want to keep going, and if people want to keep going, we're gonna keep going. Like what?
I think that works.
What would be the best way to go about it?
I'm cool to go like an hour or two out normally after stream ends.
I'm up to doing that. If others are as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm good with going up to 12 hours after streaming. I ain't got nothing going on with myself.
Considering it's on a Saturday for me, I am also quite used to being up at ungodly hours. So yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Gobbledygook.
Okay. What about Valkia?
I just go back.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I was
go get a drink of water.
Yeah.
I was asking. Oh, okay. So you didn't hear what we were talking about.
No.
Yeah, I was talking about like play session time. Do you have any preference?
Like 8 hours.
Okay. Amico. Amico, do you have any preference?
I'm unemployed. I'm fine.
Okay. So let's go with. Yeah, let's go with after 3 hours. I will ask everyone, do you want to continue? If everyone says yes, please, then we will continue, and we will keep going until people are so dead like that they can't keep going anymore.
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours is like a good one.
Yeah, I'll.
Is the typical starting hour at like 9 hour time?
Probably, yeah. Unless you guys would want to start like earlier. I think later would be a little bit iffy. But
I can do earlier, but preferably not later.
Yeah, same. Do you guys have any, like, this is more, I guess, to the Americans. Would you want to start earlier?
It depends on how. So me and Arcade, we
Yeah.
have D&D Friday night,
Right.
which is Friday night for us.
Yeah.
So, and those typically go until about 2 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
So I
11 for me.
I prefer it not to go super early because
Yeah.
I don't want to like set an alarm, wake up, and then just be like.
Yeah. What is
groggy and
the
stuff
clock
like
right
this.
now for you?
It is 3:10 p.m.
Okay, so like, but so that if we were to start like 1 hour earlier, would that be fine?
Yeah. No, yeah. Going around noon, as long as it's around noon or something, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Well,
What about you,
currently
Arcade?
I'm currently at like 1 p.m. right now. So
Yeah.
if we did it like an hour earlier, it'd be 10 a.m.
Yeah.
That's probably the earliest I would like to, because
Same thing. I don't want to wake up.
and jump right into it and just be super groggy.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. So, if you guys want to, we can also start at 8 finish time, and then go up from there. So that would be 1 hour earlier than what it started today. That would give us some more time to play, if you guys really get into it, and yeah. So if there is interest in something like that, I'm totally down for it. Myself, I'm quite free on Saturdays.
I don't really mind us going late, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
So I don't have any plans on Sundays, so I can go.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Valkia and I, like, at the earliest, we need to wake up for raiding for Final Fantasy, and that's like, what is it, like 2 p.m? Something
2
like
p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, so even if we go late into the night, I'm totally fine with it. If you guys would prefer to not start at 8 finish time, today we started at 9, so whatever sort of works. We could, for example, start going from 9 onward, and if the 3 hour session from 9 to midnight it feels like a good amount, then we're gonna keep going with that. And then if it starts feeling like I want to do more, then we can start discussing whether if we start earlier or just go fucking late into the night. So let's, as a starter, let's start the sessions on Saturdays the same time that today's session started, and we'll see sort of how the preferences align. Very cool. Okay.
Sounds like a plan. I do have the thingy where once every 4 weeks, so like 4 weeks from now, I will have to miss a couple of stuff because I have an IRL session that kind of overlaps with this. That's also why I joined later.
And don't worry, we're gonna sacrifice your character to the gods when you're not here to defend them. Yeah.
Please don't.
We'll see about that. We'll see
You
about
have
that.
bones.
Sure, our own personal
Yeah,
mention.
do you have bones? That's the question. There's
Do I
someone
have
who would
bones
very much
or
like to
boats?
see
Do,
them.
do you have bones? Yes.
Yeah.
Boats?
Bones.
Bones.
My character?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not a trick
Yeah,
question. Do you have both?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No,
So
Why are you asking?
yeah, so Shar is
Alright.
gonna get sacrificed. Very good. Okay.
Just don't worry about it.
Huh?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What
No,
about
I am very
it?
worried about it now.
yeah, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah. Okay, very cool. And one thing, because this is an open world campaign, there will definitely be situations where I probably have to create combat scenarios on the fly. So Google image search is gonna be like my source of character, like enemies for you guys. So be mentally
That's fine.
prepared. Yeah, be mentally prepared. Because obviously when you're in a very there are very different kinds of campaigns that you can do in TTRPG settings. Many are more sort of, you are guided into this direction and this is the way you're supposed to go, because then you can pre-plan all combat encounters and stuff like that in advance. However, I personally like player agency a lot. I like freedom, and I like RP like a lot, like a big amount lot. So there is going to be a lot of freedom for what you can do. I'm personally of the kind of DM who will always say yes if you ask something. Hey, can I roll intimidate on this rock to see if they can move away? I will say yes, but the rock is gonna have a very, very high modifier in their intimidation resistance.
Good.
So
Get out of here, Rock.
yeah, exactly. So you can try basically
Just
anything.
don't make a very large door made of solid gold.
Yeah.
That's how we ended one of our D&D sessions.
Oh shit. Okay.
Our DM made a huge solid gold door,
Yeah.
and we're gonna just take the door.
Yeah. Did you
And
get?
we sold it, and we bought a town.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah.
Then the game was over.
Yeah, no, in my last campaign, there was this fucking like shadow demon who would appear in your dreams when you fainted, especially if you fainted to poisoning. And they would try to sell you bot coin. It was a cryptocurrency, and Kem lost all of his money in crypto, and Kuono gained like infinite money from crypto. Unfortunately, the like having infinite money is not a solution to everything in this world. So even if you manage to find a solid gold door and sell it for infinite money,
I will just buy the island.
yes, I mean there might be some areas that might not take kindly to that, but we'll see. There's a price to anything, you know.
If that happens, I will. This is a disclaimer because I did it before. I will offer to buy a strange god character, an ice cream shop that you will pay for.
Oh yeah, Kuono ended up losing all of his money because he had to buy a fucking ice cream shop to the whimsy of a deity. No, there will be very strange situations, and there will be chaos, and there will be nonsense, and the more well-adjusted you are to nonsensical situations, the better. Some of you might have noticed on your character sheets there is a stat called, or like one of those skill rolls that you can make called readjustment, which you have to roll when you see something completely idiotic happening, and it's like just too confusing to explain with words. So you have to throw readjustment to see if your brain can handle it. And there's going to be a lot of probably throwing that. So yeah.
Where's that at?
Readjustment should be found on the skills and such. It is right under profession.
Okay.
So yeah. It was
Gotcha.
yeah, it was born from like Kem's character in the last campaign was like very sort of, he was like very sort of go with the flow, just sort of see what the fuck happens kind. And Kuono's character was very Kuono, so very grumpy and like always sort of like skeptical and a little bit like grouchy. And they had to throw readjustments so much, and they just had like their brain basically got paralyzed multiple times, and they just fell over because they just saw something so stupid happening that their brain couldn't handle it. So yeah, things like that might happen, and I highly encourage, when you are thrown a bone, take a hold of it. I'm sure Valkia's character would appreciate that analogy very well. If
you don't, I will.
Yeah, if the throes of adventure call, take the call. And yeah, remember that you have 5 skill points that you can distribute. Let's say actually 6 skill points. So at most you can obtain a skill rank in three skills. So you can distribute them over here.
And you said if I go to the negative, I can like put. Like
yes.
Okay.
+1. If you go into -1, you can put +1 into a different stat. Yes. So, but not any less or more than that.
Okay.
That was with stats, not skill points.
Yeah, that was with raw stats. Yes. Skill points, you just have 5 and you can, or 6, and you can distribute it as you see fit among your skills.
For the level conditions for the classes.
Yes.
How do you get the negative deals for, like, for Weapon Master, for example?
Yes.
It has +2 strength and -1 dex.
Yeah. So then you put an extra point into something else and put a -1 into your dexterity.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the skills and such.
Yeah.
So we have how many skill points?
6.
Okay.
And if you put 2 skill points into a specific stat, then you will get a skill rank. So you can write in the total modifier is kind of a weird word for it, but you can write your skill points in there. And the ranks increase once you have 2 skill points in the stat. So in total, you will need like 10 skill points in a stat to max it out at 5. In terms of its ranks. And these, all of these things are things that you will get extra skill points into by doing things. Like, for example, if you successfully flee from a situation many times, you might be just told that, hey, you're pretty good at fleeing. Put 1 skill point into fleeing. And once your ranks go up, it will increase your stats. So, no, actually, there's EXP over here. Yeah, put the skill points into EXP. Yes, that's the slot for it. I made this like a year or 2 ago, so so I don't understand my own character sheets. Yeah, put the skill points into EXP. Very
You
cool.
said we had 6?
Okay.
6 points.
Okay.
Yes.
6. Okay. And there's like there's the bonus type. What does that mean?
So the bonus type means that, for example, let's say you put 2 skill points into your acrobatics. Then you will have 1 rank in acrobatics, which means that when you throw a 3d20 for acrobatics, you're going to have a +1 from your ranks, and you're going to put your dexterity modifier into the throw as well. So if your dexterity stat is at +2, you're going to put +2 into that, and the rank on top of it.
Okay, so we get a bonus type when you have like a rank in the skill. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So no. So bonus types are always active.
Okay.
Bonus types are just passively active all the time. It just says which stat affects this skill, and the modifier from that stat. Let's say you have +3 in dexterity. When you throw a dice and it comes up 18, it's going to be 21 instead, because you get +3 into it, because your dexterity was +3. And then if you have ranks in this skill as well, then you will get extra points into that roll as well.
Okay, I see.
So the ranks are, think of the bonus type as what is the power that you need to be proficient in to do well in this aspect, and then consider the EXP where you put the skill points and the ranks that come through that more as who is my character, what are they good at, what is their background, stuff like that, and then you can put points into stuff like that.
I know it all.
Yeah, go for it. About
How would I go about adding the perform?
Yeah, so in skills and such, you can just write after the perform, like here, perform music, and we just change the dash into a charisma modifier, like so, and now you have a perform music.
Oh.
So I think you guys should have full freedom to alter these, so you can write your things in them.
So can I put skill points into my fucking fortune stats?
No, you cannot.
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, I was like half listening during the explanations part because I was writing the thing.
Yeah, the way luck works is that whenever you roll 18 or higher on a luck roll, which is a fortune roll, you will get a modifier into it, and those modifiers all disappear when you no longer roll in the range of positive modifier. So basically, you can chain your luck, but it requires some luck.
Okay. Now I have put skill points to my thingy.
So what did we want in the total modifier?
So your total modifier is your, like, all of the things that you have combined. So for example, in the case of Valkia's situation here, you have procure food at EXP 2, which means that you get 1 rank in it. Your total modifier is your wisdom +1. So whatever your wisdom is, then that +1. I think it would probably be less effort if you guys don't write the wisdom amount here, because that's going to require a lot of writing, constant editing, because your stats are going to be fluctuating a lot. So in here, in total modifier, I would say put the total of your ranks plus your bonus/penalty. Bonus/penalties can be something like, oh, I'm trying to do an acrobatics check, but I just broke my leg in a different event, so I have a -7 penalty in my acrobatics. So then your total modifier is going to be something else.
So since my wisdom is 1.
Yes. So in this case, your total modifier, it's all up to you guys, essentially, how you would like to how would you like to write it. Would you like to write the wisdom plus the thing as your total modifier, or whether if you want to just have the wisdom, because it says wisdom on the side, so it will always remind you to just check your wisdom stat, and you can instead just check, okay, my ranks are 1 and my bonus penalty is 0 right now, which means that my total modifier is 1 plus wisdom. Or if you want to write down your actual stats into this, you can write 2, and that's just it, because 2 would be, if your wisdom is right now +1, right?
It's 1.
Yeah, so your wisdom is +1, so it would be, your total would be a +2.
So we get a plus from every point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, so to separate, just to explain this just one more time, your core stats, they go one to one into your skills and such throws. So if your core stats say, for example, in Valkia's case, strength -1, you will get a -1 to any strength throws. But if you throw an intelligence-based one, you will get a 2 positive modifier instead, and so and so. And the ranks and the EXP are a separate system from this, which can give you additional bonuses into your throws. You obtain ranks through obtaining EXP, and you obtain EXP by RPing, exploring, playing the game, essentially. And whenever you have 2 EXP in a specific skill, you will gain a rank in it, which will give you another modifier to add on top of your rolls. So, like, let's imagine like an endgame scenario. We have a character that Valkia has, whose intelligence stat is, let's say, 6, and they have been taken the job of the party's appraiser, where they figure out what is valuable and what isn't in the party, and they have done a lot of appraising, and they're especially proficient in appraising the value of bones. And through their experiences, they have obtained 6 EXP into appraisal. That would mean that 6 EXP converts into 2 ranks, or 3 ranks, because 2 EXP equals 1 rank. And that 3 that we have gotten from those ranks goes into the final calculation of when I tell you throw appraise, okay, you're gonna throw a d20, but you're gonna add your intelligence value, which was +6, to the roll, and you're gonna add +3 from your skill ranks into the value. So you will get a +9 into every throw that you do in the appraise stats. Does that make sense?
But I also have brain rot, which gives me a -9.
Yes, yeah, but because you have brain rot, you're gonna have a -17 modifier in your appraise. So even though you're really good at it, because of your brain rot, you will never throw actually well in it. So the bonuses and penalties are things that are generally temporary. The ranks and EXP, those are permanent. And the bonus type is just dependent on your core stats. So the calculation for skills is dice plus core stat modifier plus rank, and that's it.
Alright. Okay.
I am here to request a perform skill for my idle split personality.
Yeah, you can. Well,
I'm just gonna call it.
Yeah, what
just performance, like singing, dancing, stuff like normal
okay,
idol.
Yeah, weeb idol things. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's fine. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, Valkia's stuff seems to be coming together quite.
I'm gonna switch up. I had charm, but I'm gonna go with crafting.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to be able to craft from bones.
Yeah. That is totally fine.
Because I'm gonna, just because of the character, I'm gonna start with Gacha Mage.
Yes.
Level 1 of Gacha Mage. Everything is random, so my health modifier, stamina modifier, are we gonna roll for that, or?
Let me see, what did I write there? Gacha Mage.
Is it just 0 and the
So everything is at 0 in the beginning, but your initiative bonus is random. So a random stat is gonna determine like what is your initiative bonus. Technically, we could also roll you a modifier into health, stamina, as well. If you would like.
Okay. How will we roll it?
Yeah, so we're gonna roll it with a. We're gonna roll it with a 1d6.
Okay.
And if it's 1, 2, or 3, it's negative, and if it's 3, 4, and 4, 5, and 6, it's positive. So 4 would be plus 10%, 5 would be plus 20%, 6 would be plus 30%, and 1 would be minus 30%, 2 would be minus 20%, and 3 would be minus 10%. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. So
Okay.
it goes up by 10%. Okay.
Yes. So it's one is minus 30, and it goes up by 10% with each number. So if you'd like to roll, go for it. You absolutely can. That's a great idea.
Okay. Do I stream my dice roller?
I'll trust you. I'll trust you. This is not that significant, so yeah, I'll just trust you to do it right. We're gonna be rolling in the engine of virtual tabletop thing afterwards, so you guys will be able to roll and everyone will be able to see. But this is not that sort of serious, so I'll let you roll it, and I would...
no, at all.
Yeah, go for it.
Under what stat would you put bone crafting?
Bone crafting would, I would say it's probably dexterity, because you have to be very dexterous with your fingers to be able to make something that intricate. So yeah, put it under dexterity.
It's gonna be dex.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so
yeah,
I just put like the Google dice roller.
Yeah.
I just put 3d6 because it was like health modifier, stamina, and initiative.
Yes.
Right, modifiers.
Yes.
I got a 6, 1, and 3.
6, 1, and 3. So your health modifier is gonna be plus 30%. Your stamina modifier is gonna be minus 30%. And what was the last one was 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so your initiative modifier is gonna be minus 1. So plus
Perfect
30.
Average.
Yeah, plus 30, minus 30, minus 1.
Nice.
Yeah, and your initiative bonus is going to be random. So what initiative bonus means, classically in Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, that's usually dexterity, which is like how fast do you react to combat starting. And you throw dice at the beginning of combat to get initiative, and usually if your dexterity is higher, you're more likely to go first. But in this one, in the example of Gacha Mage, you're going to be throwing a random stat instead. So whenever combat starts, you have to throw was it 1d5 or 1d6 depending on like how many core stats there are, and whatever the number lands on is going to be what you're going to be using as your initiative modifier, and that minus 1 because of your initial roll. So you're going to be very bulky, very easily tired, which kind of makes sense considering Felix is older, and a little bit slower, but you'll be able to roll your gacha a little bit more than normal because you're so bulky. So you have basically tank health. You just don't get more health from your level ups and stuff like that, but your initial health is going to be very high. And the modifier in your class is going to affect exponentially as your actual health pool grows. So whenever you level up your character instead of your class, you will gain core stats and health, and that health is going to be modified by the same modifier. So this way we can always make sure that the upkeep of stats makes it so that tanks always have the most health, and these other classes are less bulky, and these are good at stamina, and these are less good at stamina, and so on and so forth. It's basically for the purpose of balancing. But yes, and I also, if you have the energy for it and you remember, I would very much love it if you could keep a book of how many skill points in total you have obtained during the campaign, because that's kind of going to reflect sort of how adventurous you were during your adventures in the end, when we can look over your character sheets and see sort of how they've changed.
That's what I was going to ask, if the skill point is an accumulative number.
Yes, it is.
What's our max, the starting HP value?
Starting HP is 10.
It's 5 So 5 normal and 5 non-lethal.
No. 10 normal and 10 non-lethal. Your non-lethal health is generally always the same as your like physical health, unless stated otherwise, which some classes have, that you have 30% more N health and so forth and so on and so forth. In the case of Gacha Mage, considering its combat class, it would have normal health. So if your Gacha Mage gives you 30% more health than your starter health, after you obtain the Gacha Mage class, will be 13, and your N health will be 10. So there's no modifier for your N health. If there is a modifier for your N health, then there is going to be a specific mention on the class about that.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, so
Can't wait to get my first underling.
You could consider them like your fans. They could be like
that's what I was going to.
Yeah, they're gonna be your simps. Very good.
You're making Honey Be Lovely or something.
It's not pretty much.
We didn't have a class yet.
Yeah, we don't have a class just yet. No.
Yeah.
You can write your preferred class into the class already, like Amico has done. That's fine. However, the actual modifiers and stuff like that won't come into play until you actually equip the class. So,
yep.
So yeah. Because the first combat encounter is gonna be without classes. Well, actually, no, probably
Kobold
not.
thing kinda as my race for now.
Yeah, no, I'll probably make the first combat encounter after you have obtained your classes. So you can play your own classes of preference and do your best to help out with stuff. If I don't remember wrong,
as you stated before.
Yeah.
My climbing speed.
Yes. Yeah, your climbing speed. You could put like 3 on it.
Okay, cool.
Because you are a small skittering creature, but because your size is small, that's going to affect things. Like, for example, there are going to be mechanics or attacks that will send you guys flying, and those will send a very small creature flying way further than the bigger ones. So it's gonna have that kind of effects. So there's gonna be like being small is a kind of a debuff as it is. So it's gonna be
also a buff since I'm harder to hit.
Yes, and you can fit into smaller crevices and stuff like that can allow you to explore things that normally wouldn't. So yeah.
It's 13. Okay.
Very cool.
My stamina is minus
30%, so your stamina is gonna be 70. So they're gonna have to carry Felix around once they get too tired.
So everyone else starts with 10 health and 100 stamina. Right?
Well, Amigo already wrote their class stats in there.
Yeah, but
you can
basically everyone else.
Yeah, so neutral modifier is that, but let's see. For your you want it to be a synergist, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have a minus 30% modifier to both of your NHP and your max HP. And your initiative bonus is gonna be intelligence, and you have a 0 and 0 in initiative and stamina modifier. So you're gonna be more frail.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be going last, no matter what.
Okay.
Yeah, and antagonist has a special initiative bonus and initiative modifier that says always goes last. So yeah, because the bad guys always come in last. And yeah. So yeah, you can check out your health, stamina, initiative bonus, and initiative modifier on your class thing. Generally speaking, the magic caster classes that can stay away from combat are more frail, but they have skills that make less aggro drawn to them and stuff like that. So it should be quite balanced, and it's up to the tank roles to ensure that if you guys pull aggro, it's someone else's fault. I was just thinking that if I don't remember wrong, there is a skill on the synergist class that is very beneficial to Amico. That Valkia is probably going to be like the please cast this on me kind of thing for the Valkia and Amico synergy. I don't remember what class level that skill was unlocked, but there is definitely a benefit to stuff.
Okay.
Very cool. And if you have any items that you feel like your character would carry even throughout getting like thrown into the ocean, some kind of lore related items or anything like that, you can ask me about whether if you would like to, or whether if you could have them or not. So
oh yeah did I put the skills correctly, like the skills thing?
Let's see. Amico skills things, ASP2. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, okay. Yes, you did. Yeah. Okay. Excellent.
Okay. I understood correctly. Hell yeah.
I would like to have my bone flute.
Bone flute. Yes, that is. Yeah, that's gonna be your instrument of choice. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's probably so small that it would count as like a weapon. So it's just an sort of accessory. Because there will definitely. Yeah, so there will definitely be weapons that you can play music with as well later on in the thing. So.
Right. So it's made like from a vermin bone. So.
Yeah. Very cool.
Will any class be able to use any weapon?
No. Well, you can, yes, but your proficiency is not going to be good in them. So you're going to get penalties for using different weapons.
How do we know which classes are good with what?
You're going to be... The classes, when they unlock specific proficiencies, you will have them in the passive abilities of the class.
Well, and like the starting level 1, I don't...
Yeah, if there is nothing there right now, it means that you should be able to, especially since you are a violent bruiser, you will be able to use basically any kind of weapon. It goes weapon by weapon, basically, like if they have some negative effects or not. And then those negative effects will be removed if you have proficiency for it. So think of it more like every weapon comes with a negative effect unless you have proficiency for it. But you can use any weapon in any situation. Yes, that is totally fine, Amico. Lucky poker chip. Faith. Let me. Don't worry. There we go.
Yeah.
No one will never know. I'll just fix your typos.
Thank you. And I noticed immediately.
Yeah, and you can copy and paste your class information into the class and role tab in your character sheet thing as well, to make it easier to fiddle with that.
Mae-Mae, small question. Where do I go for the character sheet? Because I'm now home and I'm ready to put
very cool
stuff in it.
I think I still have the link in my thingies. So, Valkia, can you tell people about your character?
Well, sure. What would?
Oh no, sorry, not Valkia, but fucking Char. Char.
There we go.
Yeah, Char. Tell us about your character.
Right. My character is called Sally Mae. She grew up on a farm that was bordering on an active volcano, and she was basically raised by a loving family who liked to brew strength-enhancing and stamina-enhancing potions, and she was raised to be a barbarian farmer.
The drug lords. Very cool. Okay.
And after basically reaching the age of 21, she set out to discover the world and see what it has to offer.
Very good. On a journey of discovery. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. We can put There we go. Your ammunition is your claws. And we can change this to scratch.
Got the Google Drive link. What do I click now?
Here we go. Yeah, you got the link. And in there should be an empty character sheet for your character, titled Char. And there's the classes starter in there as well, and you can read up on the classes there and decide on what you think would be a preferable starting class for your character. You don't need to choose right away if you don't want to, but your core stats do affect what kind of classes you can start off with. So it would be good to have some kind of vague understanding of what you would like to sort of go into. And if you have any questions, please ask, and I will guide you through the character creation. Let me go over everyone's character sheets in the meanwhile and see that everything... I checked Amico's thing already, and Amico's thing seemed to be just fine. So, yeah. These are fine. Yeah, you don't have any weapons, and you have the Gacha Mage at level 1. As for the classes that are currently in use, we have the antagonist. Ken's character is an antagonist. Arcade hasn't decided yet. Valkia is a synergist, and Amico is a Gacha Mage. The whole concept of the Gacha Mage was invented through my last campaign. Kuono had found this cursed umbrella that had the ability an ability called Summon Bullshit. That he could like raise the umbrella, and 3 times every day it would like he would decide declare into the universe, I want to shoot a meteor over my enemies, and raise the umbrella, and then it would throw a luck throw, and the luck throw would determine what comes out from the umbrella. So it was a lot of fun, and
R.I.P. Depressed man.
Yeah, depressed 3. Man drowned in a meatball. It was the result
one of them. There was a few of
them.
Yeah,
there were many depressed men. They did sink into the meatball quagmire. It was a tragedy. Let's see Arcade's thing. There's a lot of text here. What is it? Ratchet?
Oh, for the name?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, should I shorten it or?
I mean, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It can just barely fit there. Race is robot. Size is medium, so he's like human sized. Okay.
Yeah.
Fighter. Haven't decided on class yet. HPs are.
I did have a question about the core stats and stuff once you're done looking through.
Yeah.
If you want.
Strength is very high, dexterity is not very high, and then we have 2 here, so that is 5 points. Didn't I give you guys?
So if 5
plus
from what you said 5 points.
Yeah. So because you have negative in
dexterity.
Yeah. So because you have negative in here, you can add 1 more positive point to something.
Could I add that to dexterity to make it 0 again?
Yeah. The question is why? Why did you have it at negative 1?
There were other classes that do take dexterity.
Yeah.
That I was kind of interested in, because I kind of want to start off with Weapon Master before I go into Weeb.
Okay, and
am I able to take?
What are the stats that Weapon Master requires?
Weapon Master requires +2 in strength and -1 in dex.
Yeah, then you cannot put that point into dexterity, because then that would be a 0 dexterity value. So in order
to... as long as I want to play a Weapon Master, my dex has to be at -1 the entire time?
No. When you unlock the class, your stats have to be aligned like this. After the class has been unlocked and you are sort of going out and about, your stats can fluctuate as much as you like.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And there will be points in the world as well where you can realign your stats. Like you can't gain or lose any points, but you can realign them so that you can unlock different classes.
Cool. Okay, so I'll probably go with Weapon Master first before I hop into the Weeb.
Cool.
But I think I have it set up so I'd be able to do that.
Very cool. And you haven't used your skill points. No, you have a scan. You have a points in scan.
So
yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean that makes sense. He's a robot, so that.
Did I put that in there right?
Yes, you did. You did. You did. You had 2 EXP, and that goes into 1 rank. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that means I have 3 XP left to mess around, or skill points.
4. You have 6 points.
4.
Yeah, 6 total skill points. I'll put it here for you so you don't forgo. There you go. So
yeah. Earlier you had started.
Yeah, I originally said 5, but then I realized that that would mean that there would be one stat that you could not get into +1 rank. So if you want to have 3 stats that have +1 rank, you can right now. So you have 6 points to start with. And do you have any special effects or anything like that? Yeah, like items that you would like your character to have?
To start off?
Yeah.
I kind of figured, like, since he is a robot that was built for like a production line, he might have like some tools.
Okay.
As far as what tools, it's kind of undetermined.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if he was gonna have like a torch for a hand, or if he's gonna have something that might help with building or crafting something.
Yeah, if it's a part of his body, then that would count as an inventory thing. That would just be an ability.
It wouldn't count. Okay.
Yeah, that would be that would be like an ability. Inventory is more like.
Then I don't think that he has anything.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, if you have some kind of idea for what you would like, if he has some kind of anatomical quirk, like, oh, his hand is a screwdriver, then we can discuss that. I would maybe recommend against turning someone's hand into a screwdriver, unless it can turn back into a hand.
Yeah.
Because that's going to limit a lot
That's
of
why
things.
I kind of figured it would be something that would be slightly interchangeable, kind of like how you have someone with claws. It doesn't have to be
army hand.
Yes.
Swiss Army.
Yeah, Swiss Army hand. Yeah.
What was it, the Inspector Gadget of hands?
Yes. Maybe he can have a thing where he can have things sort of installed into his hand to get tools out of his hand. So as the adventure goes on, he can obtain more tools to use in his Swiss Army hand. And he could start off with like one thing in his Swiss Army.
One thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Swiss Army hand starts off with 1.
Yeah. You can put in the details what that tool is. You can just write it there, like hammer or screwdriver.
Abilities.
Yeah. So ability is the first. You write the name of the ability, and then in the details slot you put what the tool is that he gets from the Swiss Army hand.
A bone saw.
A bone saw. There's nothing that Tibia cares about more than bones. If it's bone related, Tibia is interested. If it's not bone related, Tibia is not interested.
No.
Okay.
And if he was built on an assembly line, and he's created for crafting or something like that, if you think he is made for crafting something specific, you could put that in as one of his crafting skills as well.
But I have to figure out what he crafts.
Yeah. Alternatively, you could put a profession and then whatever his job was, like repairing or a welder or something like that. So that also works if you have some kind of idea for that. Very cool. Ken's sheet, let's check this out. Megumi, human, size medium, female, tank antagonist, very good. Class level is gonna be 1.
So should I just also calculate the class level? Right.
What?
Should I just calculate the class level for myself also?
Your class level is always at 1 in the beginning.
Yeah, but I have like the HP thingies and everything.
Oh yeah, you can. Yes. It's gonna make it faster for you in the beginning of the next session if they're already counted for. I'll make it so that the first combat encounter is after you guys unlock your first classes. which are going to be these ones that you've set your minds on for now. And
so since I get minus 30, I'm just going to be sitting at 7.
Yes. You will be small and frail.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2, 2. So
But there will be a lot of cool things that I will highly recommend to prioritize upgrading your classes. They will make a significant difference in how
I will get the +2 intelligence and -1 dexterity right away.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, that's 3. And dexterity goes back to 0. There we go.
Huh.
Wait. Where did you get those modifiers? The +1s and -1s?
From the level 1 conditions, right?
Oh yeah. So the level 1 conditions, these mean that to unlock the class, you have to have these. Yes,
okay,
you have to have these things. Yes. They're not things that are applied onto you. They're just like if you look into level 2 conditions, it suddenly says support your allies in defeating a greater enemy.
Okay.
Yeah. So how to unlock this class is having these specific stat requirements met, and from then on it's like doing things related to your class. So yeah.
Oh, so I would have to have 2 intelligence.
Yes. In order to unlock the synergist from the beginning. Yes.
So I'll do it like this. That was my initial plan, but I understood it incorrectly. But...
Yeah, no worries. This is a totally sort of fresh system, so it totally makes sense that it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because I thought that you unlock it and you get the stats.
Yeah.
Lose this, but that makes sense. Makes sense.
It is the thing. You just have to have a specific stat. Well, for Amico has to flip a coin.
I no worries. I flipped a coin. It was heads.
Okay, good.
I just now I was oh yeah, I need to check. I didn't notice the condition thing.
Read your unlock conditions. Make sure that you can equip your favorite classes and align your stats or whatever nonsense it requires to have it there. So yes. The gacha mage does have to flip. Yeah, the gacha mage does have to flip a coin. Which is
I will love, like during combat, I will just roll gacha and hope something could happen.
Yes. The way it generally is going to work is that you will be like give it like a vague understanding of what you would like, and then you will roll a gacha, and then we will see how fortune smiles upon you. The level 1 gacha, as it says, it's like what was it? It's like let's see here.
Random shit happens. Probably funny.
Yes, random shit happens. Probably funny. So yeah.
I have a small question.
Yeah, go for it.
What do I put in at roll?
Role. So the role is the category that your class belongs in. So yeah. So if you can see in the classes starter, there's fighters, aggressors, scouts, and supports. So basically DPS, tank, stealth, support. So you can put the category that what class did you pick?
I'm going for Provoker, I think.
Provoker. Okay, so that is going to be in the aggressor role. So you put aggressor as the role.
Okay. So both class level and character level 1?
Yes.
Okay. Starting HP is always 10, I think?
Yes. And then you add your class modifier into it. Perform weeb idle things. Ken, you can put into your understood cultures weeb.
All right.
It's a very, very valuable culture to understand. And yeah, does your character have any kind of personal items or something like that they would?
I was thinking about it, and I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, that's totally fine. They already have some benefits like the weeb culture understanding, which is gonna be like a huge thing, of course. So
oh yeah, fucking like there was the blessings in the skills and such. Do I put already a luck blessing into it?
No, because you haven't been blessed like officially
directly.
Yeah,
like, directly.
I can spoil a little bit. You will be able to unlock, I think, the 5th level of Gacha Mage after you obtain the actual blessing of the fortune, Lady Luck.
Okay.
So that's gonna be your journey is to get to that point. But
if it's Terra, good luck.
But you will have a fun time with it. Don't worry. But that's basically your hero's journey is to get to that point. What is it, Valkia? Yeah.
Could I maybe convince you to give me like tiny tools for bone crafting?
What would the tools be made of?
I think they not from bones. But they would be, I assume, like metal tools, like a file and maybe a tiny drill.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. As long as they're sort of unusable for anything other than bone crafting.
They are very small.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Bone crafting tools.
Like imagine the tools I use to make my flute.
Yes. That's fine. That's fine. You can use them to create your bone crafting things, and I don't know, maybe break one of them trying to lockpick a treasure chest or something.
Okay, skills and such.
Very good. So we have 2 DPS classes, 2 tank classes, and 1 support. That's a pretty good balance.
What do I put for total modifier?
So, let's see. Actually, I have your sheet right here. So, are you in the... Where are you going right now?
I'm currently in skills and such.
In skills and such. So, you have 6 skill points. I'm gonna put it here for you, so you don't forgo. And you can distribute those as you wish, and you put those points into EXP.
They're asking the same question I did.
Yes. And whenever you have 2 EXP in a skill, that turns into 1 rank. And 1 rank is a modifier that you add into your total thing. So your total modifier that you can write down into these essentially boils down to your preference. Is if you want to write the dexterity modifier that you have in your core stats plus your ranks plus your bonus penalty into here. But I would personally recommend to just write your current rank points plus your bonus / penalty. So because you don't have any bonuses or penalties, it's just going to be the same as your rank right now. So when you roll things, you're going to be easily able to see that, okay, acrobatics is going to be, let's say I have enough ranks in it to get a +2 modifiers, and then I'm going to be dexterity modifier +2 modifier, and that's going to be the total positive of your roll.
Okay. What type of bonus does crafting have?
It depends on what kind of crafting you're doing.
Probably potion brewing, if anything.
Okay, so craft potions.
Could I hope I can use a wisdom modifier for that.
Yeah, that's fine. And you can just write it here.
Okay.
There we go. So now you have crafting for potions, and it's a wisdom modifier. But the thing, I was actually thinking about this whole potion thing, because I figured that you're going to have potion crafting. The island is going to have a very strange and unique set of flora and fauna. So you're going to have to sort of explore around and discover what kind of plants do what kind of things in order to be able to craft any kind of potions. So you're going to have to be a little bit adventurous to be able to unlock different kinds of potions that you can craft.
That's very good. I'm all for it.
Very good. And yeah, And two EXP in a skill equals 1 rank.
And I have 6 EXP to distribute over this entire thing.
Very cool.
So just the modifier.
So Amiko's thing is looking very good. Amiko is pretty much done.
Yes.
Yeah, non-lethal is 10 though.
That's okay. That's 10. Okay.
And
My bad.
no worries. And stamina, yeah, your stamina was lower. And your initiative, your initiative is -1.
Oh yeah, but I forgot about that one.
Yeah. And very cool. Actually, yeah, this is just bonus, so it's just gonna be initiative. Oh no, okay, that just changes based on this. Yeah, -1. Cool. And yeah, then eventually you're gonna be getting like additional points into your saving throws, stuff like that. Those will be marked into the saving throws total stat thing. It says fortitude is constitution, so you have your, when you have to throw, for example, a fortitude save, you would throw a d20 plus your constitution modifier plus your total points that you have in it, or minus if you're negative on it. And then there's temporary modifiers, stuff like that. If you've been publicly humiliated, your confidence modifier is going to be in the negatives. Stuff like that.
Okay.
Very good. And Amiko has these, and there are two points in there, and they are not quite yet at proficiency level, but they will get there eventually. And MPs there, everything's here. Abilities, yeah, very cool. And inventory is the personal sort of item that maybe there's like something carved on one side of the lucky poker chip, so he can use it for like flipping a coin. Yeah,
I was thinking of that.
Yeah, it's like a nice like RP thing to have.
Is there a way to increase your mana?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
Can I start out with some money?
Would the money yes, you can, but it's gonna be a currency that's not usable on the island, if that's fine with you. Because the island because the island doesn't use the same currencies that you would have on wherever you are. So yeah, you can have, but it's gonna be in your inventory. Foreign currency. And how much would you have? Also, paper money would be washed away, so it has to be in coins. You can have like a couple coins.
Yeah, it'd just be like little, some pocket change.
Yeah. You can put in the amount, how many coins you have. Very cool. What the fuck is going on here? Wait, Chottomat. I need to... okay. I mean, Shar, you don't need to write 0 in everything. It's fine if it's empty. It's already makes sense that it's 0. I mean, it makes sense, but there's just a lot of clutter.
I like it more this way.
I mean, fair enough.
There's some of things are like in the middle too, so you can put it in lines and do these center or something. There we go.
Fair enough. As long as you can sort of figure out what the fuck is going on here, that's fine.
Is this the same for like the roll skills?
What? Yeah. So roll skills work with the same base, except that if you are not in the fighter role, for example, you can't roll those. So you have to be in the specific role in order to roll these things. So in your case, you're an aggressor, so you can only roll intimidate and divert attention.
Okay.
I'm going to divert attention all just to you, Char. Good luck. My nefarious underground attentions will not come to the light so easy, but yours will.
Yeah. The criminal.
How much HP should I put in non-lethal?
If the roll thing doesn't specifically state otherwise, then you will have the neutral amount that you started with, which would be 10.
Okay. Where can I see non-lethal?
It's in class role information. You can copy paste your class information into the class role slot on the character sheet.
Class information.
So for what was it? You were provoker, right?
Yeah.
So health modifier is plus 50%. Initiative bonus is charisma. Initiative modifier is 0. Stamina modifier is 0. And let's see. What were you looking for? What are we looking for? I forgot already.
Oh, if you right click the class, and you can copy it just to your sheet, so you just have the entire.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So it doesn't say NHP here, which means that it's just normal HP. So, for example, we have antagonist here that has both HP plus 30%, which means that it gets both physical HP and then like mental HP plus 30%. So because Provoker only has plus 50%, that means that it's not non-physical or non-lethal.
Okay, so I just copy paste the entire provoker thing into class/roll?
Yes. Yeah, now you can sort of easily go back to it and see sort of what's going on. It seems to be you copied like no, there's Tatus information.
Huh?
Yeah, it was copied a little bit like it wasn't copied like exactly right, so a little bit of the things are cut out. Just make sure that you highlight everything when you copied.
I did. I went to the class's starter and just pressed Control A.
Let's see. Where is your provoker? There it is. There we go. So we'll just grab all of these. Actually, we can grab even further. Just do like that. And then go to Char. We're gonna delete all of these. Oh yeah, it just empties out all of the things. Fucking hell. Because now all of the things are in the wrong fucking... God damn it. How do I fix this? I don't do Google Sheets like this that much. Fuck.
I think I broke mine.
Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's empty. No, that's not... yeah, right. We need to start from like here. There you go. Now at least you can see all of them. I don't know why it's misaligned like this.
You need to manually like make it larger from the top.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Like,
yeah.
You can like with
yeah.
mouse,
You can stretch
like,
these. Yeah, like there we go. Now it's all nice. Okay, very cool.
Yeah, you need to stretch them manually a bit.
Yeah. We're gonna eventually have these on the system itself, the virtual tabletop, whatever. But for now they're here. Because I don't know how that shit works. So just to get started.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to do it.
Yeah.
I think.
Very cool. So Amico's things were not all right. There's some. There we go. Make some more space for those. Yeah, like that. Maybe like that. There we go. There we go. Now it's all nice. Very cool. Okay. And we have this here. You have a lot of health, which you should. And yeah. And also remember to read your class/role's passive skills, just in case there's things such as max HP plus 10%, like Shar has. So you can apply that to your stats.
Okay.
Always round up.
Okay. So that means my HP comes out at 17.
Yes.
I will be the richest among the group, and I will not share.
I like how you're already decided to be just like very morally questionable. Okay, very good.
Well, my background just makes me just come from a morally questionable family. So
it does. Your parents are sussy as shit.
Saving throws.
You don't need to worry about those yet.
Okay.
Some coins from Orgin.
Abilities. Iron Will. Do we need to copy those into like, or is that like a separate tab?
What?
Iron Will and all that.
Yeah, you can copy those into your abilities if you want to. So the active skills, the combat skills, techniques known is where the combat skills and stuff go, and then into abilities go your passive ability that you would have.
Okay, so like provoke and all that.
Yes.
Goes into techniques known, or is that abilities?
All those things that consume, like for example, in your head, if it's in green, it goes into techniques known. If it's in blue, it goes into abilities. That's how it works. Yeah. These are like your active skills that you can use. And since you didn't hear, if your active skill has an I in bracket or in brackets next to it, it means that it can be cast as an instant action at any point during combat. Which is, it's useful in a lot of situations. You can sort of interrupt and alter the flow of combat and stuff like that. Let me actually increase the MP cost of this. 15.
Already nerfed.
Yeah, you got nerfed immediately. These things are gonna happen. So get used to it. and also in the thing you can also find this cool map, and you can all make a copy of it for yourself, or download it on your PC, put it into like a TTRPG folder or something, and you can just doodle stuff or write stuff down on it as memos when you explore the world, and you can.
And we will figure out where we start.
Yes.
On the next session.
Yes, you will. I will give you like, I will be like, okay, so you're starting at E12 or something like that. So you know like what the sort of quadrant that you're currently in is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gist of it. Very cool. Does everyone have their character sheets in like a good situation right now? Anyone having issues with their character sheet?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think I'm good.
Okay. And Arcade?
I think I'm okay at the moment. I figured out which class I'm going to start with, and I think I have my skills and stuff done.
Okay. What class are you going to start with? Is it the Weapon Master?
I think I'm going to start off with Weapon Master.
Okay.
If I wanted to switch to Weeb, does that mean I can't be a Weapon Master anymore?
No. You can switch back at any point.
Okay, so like I can't be the same one at the same time?
No, you can't be multiple classes at the same time. No.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't be a Weeb Weapon Master, unfortunately. But like I explained earlier, once you level up your class, you will gain role points. You will gain 1 role point for each class level that you get, and you can use those role points to master skills of your class, and then you'll be able to use those skills on different classes.
Okay.
So basically, and there's obviously like, you can't just be like, I will take all my most powerful skills, because it's going to be like the level of your class is going to determine how many role points it's going to consume to master that skill. So essentially, let's get the classes started. To give like an example, let's say that we are on Weapon Master, and we have leveled up our Weapon Master to level 2. We will gain our first role point. Cool. That means that I can take any level 1 skill that I have and claim it as mastered. And then when I switch to Weeb, I can, for example, use Temporary Pocket as a Weeb. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And then let's say I go to further levels, and I have, let's say 3 role points. I can use those to master a level 3 skill. So that's basically how it functions. So the more classes you level up and the more classes you master, the more role points you have, and the more freedom of customization you will have.
Okay.
But
yeah. So yeah, I think I'm gonna start with I'll start with Weapon Master.
Very good.
I don't think I've the status information, like the stamina modifier. I have not implemented those, if I'm supposed to.
Yes, you are. You can put that into your stamina, which is right here. You're gonna put into its 70. I think yeah, if you just put 17 here.
Okay.
There we go. There you go.
Okay, got it. And then, do I need to put anything for the strength, the initiative bonus anywhere? Or
so the initiative bonus thing is
not on.
It's just in numbers. So if your strength is 2, then your initiative bonus is going to be 2.
Okay. So I just put it in the initiative, not the bonus one?
You can put it in the bonus. That's going to change the initiative itself. It's like cool like that. So if you write 2 there, it's going to bloink. I don't remember what the purpose of having it twice there, but at least you'll really know what it is. So yeah.
Okay, and I think that was kind of it for me.
Okay. Did you have that like tool, like an that? Yeah. Yeah. This is a very long explanation.
Okay, so yeah, I can try to shorten it down.
Hand is tool.
Now, did you want me to each ability?
What tool is it? You will have one tool in the beginning.
A torch.
Okay. Hand is okay. So, hand is, and we'll do this torch, and then we can put a comma there, so that in the future you can add more things after it.
Okay.
Very cool. So it's like a welding torch. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you want to use it as a weapon?
I can use it as a weapon, an improvised weapon, sort of thing.
Yeah. So then you can change into your hands thing. You can change your damage type into. I think a torch would do a lot more damage than a normal weapon. Well, at least more than punching. So you can put like a 1d6 and type is fire into your torch.
And it's the hand is interchangeable. Like, it can go back to being a hand.
Yes,
or
but I would assume that you're not gonna be, if you can fucking torch someone's face, you're not gonna be punching them instead, right? So that's your primary weapon that you would use in combat. You can't have multiple weapons at the same time until you become the master of all weapons. In which case you'll have all the weapons.
All right, and then ammunition would be
some kind of fuel. What kind of thing would he use for ignition?
Oh,
weapon or chant. 1d6 fire. And yeah, effect. It's a burn. Shit. There we go. And your ammunition. Yeah. What kind of fuel do you use to create the fire?
I mean, some sort of gas, or it could be oil.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just.
Not fossil oil.
Yeah, absolutely fossil. Fossil fuels. There we go.
Okay.
Let's put bad for environment in brackets here. There we go.
First order of business: to figure out how to make clean fuel.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's from like an evil corporate that builds some shit. So it would make sense that they wouldn't respect nature at all.
I kind of figured out a little bit what he was built for. And
yeah.
Stuff too.
Yeah. And you will have to find fuel, some kind of way to get oil.
So there's a finite amount of times I can use that.
Yeah. Or... So. Yeah. Let's actually.
If I run out, can I switch back to just using hands? And
yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So let's say your ammunition is 5.
Should they have like an inventory item?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put the oil, and you have 5 of it right here, because it's inside your body, so that would make sense that it wouldn't get washed off when you go swimming for a moment. The real question is, how do you stay afloat? But
not
we don't
very
have to
well.
worry
I'll
about
tell you that much.
Yeah, there's air in his head, so he floats. Don't worry about it.
He kicked Rose off the door.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, he floated on the door.
Self-preservation, sorry.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Very cool. Okay, so you have oil. You have 5 of it. It's ammo for torch and you can obviously use it for something else too if you want to. I will always allow creative improvisation. Apparently, they use argon in welding as fuel. So maybe that's something to look into. Yeah, if you want to make an actual proper blowtorch hand, find some argon. Very cool.
Well, that's for welding. They just use like what is it called? Methane. They use like methane and stuff just for like normal blowtorches and stuff.
It smells like farts.
I'm just getting educated on argon right now.
Very good, very good. But yeah, no, there will definitely be situations where you can find things that you would probably find unexpected on the island. There's a lot of lore and weird things going afoot on the island, and discovering those mysteries.
Is taking over part like a town or something. I'm gonna be the leader of a town eventually.
Yeah, you can do that. And in the final level of antagonist, you will be able to control an area. So put effort into that, and maybe one day you will.
Right, I think I've arrived at the point of inventory now.
Okay. Do you have any personal effects that the character would have with her that wouldn't get washed off by being thrown into the ocean?
Yes.
Okay, and what would those be?
Well, she does keep her backpack on her at all times, and it's
okay.
Pretty.
Oh, these are bony pieces. This is Valkyries. Those are bony pieces. Very good. Yeah. Okay. So, what is in the backpack?
Some stuff for brewing potions.
Okay. And
some rations and pocket money.
Okay. Your currency is gonna be like of no use on the island because it uses its own currency. Do you still want to have the pocket money in the backpack?
Nah, never mind.
Yeah.
She would have probably like given that for the journey that she.
Would rations survive being soaked in seawater?
It depends.
Yeah, how
it depends on how they're packed.
Yeah, how are they packed?
Vacuum sealed, probably.
No, I don't think a barbarian potion crafter would have vacuum sealing technology yet.
No, that would be like,
I mean, they could have soup in a glass container with a cork. That's
they have a smoothie shoved in a potion flask.
I mean, she will most definitely have some sturdy ass glass bottles that she put like pickled plums into and other stuff.
Okay. That's fine. You can have, let's say, 3 bottles of pickled plums. And what kind of potions would she have?
Well, strength enhancing potions and antidotes.
Okay. She can have 2 strength enhancing potions that will give you a temporary modifier of +1 into strength when you drink it. And let's say 1 antidote.
Right.
Of a nondescript nature. You don't know what it's an antidote for specifically. So if you get like infected by corrosive acid poison, it might not work on it. But if it's something generic, it's fine.
But she would absolutely keep the tools for both crafting potions and like a carpenter's toolkit like on her at all times.
Does she have proficiency as a carpenter?
Well, she's a farmer.
Not all farmers are proficient in carpentry.
Was it you don't have profession set as a carpenter.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Like how do I do that?
You just double click after it and you write it there. It's
okay. Profession. Okay.
Carpentry. I think the tools probably wouldn't survive because I would assume they're metal. They would probably get washed off. So you're going to have to obtain carpentry tools. Otherwise, you're going to have way more stuff than everyone else.
Alright.
Because you already have potions and food, which is already...
potion kit? Does that...
Potion kit is fine. Yeah. You don't necessarily need a potion kit for crafting potions, but for lore reasons, it's fine to have a potion kit, yes.
Alright.
We can just say that you finger some apples and potion pours out. But having a potion kit for lore reasons is fine, so that you can RP it better. Okay, and the money would probably have been like that we don't take. Pickled plums is fine. You can just add those in your stuff as well.
Alright.
And carpentry would probably be strength based, so SDR is going to be the modifier for it. And you don't have your profession is not potion crafter because you already have written down here craft potions.
Yeah.
So you don't have to write it twice.
Okay.
Very good.
So inventory.
Yeah.
I think Arcade should have a granola bar because who he was with as his master probably liked granola bars.
How does that make sense?
Do you want a granola bar?
I mean, I'll take a granola bar, but what am I going to do?
It's super salty, though. It's super salty. Because it's been soaked in seawater.
As a robot.
Yeah, and you can't probably eat it anyway, because you're a robot. You're going to have, like, some kind of unique food that you need to consume.
Mm-hmm.
So to long rest and to gain all of your stamina back, you're going to have to eat. And because Arcade is a robot, he's going to have to eat something else, like electricity. To charge his battery. He has like some kind of self-generation stuff, but it's slow. So you better fucking pray that you find a random tree that has an electric socket on it, so that you can charge your fucking batteries. What?
Is that going to be a thing?
Yes. Yes, it will.
Oh shit! Check every tree, guys.
Yeah. So I can.
I won't be checking trees. That's you, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. We're going to.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, there is going to be like your classical fantasy stuff, but there is also going to be sci-fi stuff in the campaign.
Do we have like a pocket knife or something? Or...
No, I don't think you would have a pocket knife. So yeah, you have the 2 potions and 1 antidote.
Oh yeah.
Because you are thrown off a boat in a storm, you fall into the water, and you wake up on a beach with 4 people who you don't know, who are going to be your player companions.
I might have broken my techniques now.
Oh, let me check.
Somebody who is Google Doc savvy can fix it.
Valkia, your skills and such, your techniques. Oh yeah, there's something going on here. I mean, the best way to do it is to just go to someone else's thing and copy paste it here. And replace. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get. I think Ken didn't write the stuff into the thing.
No, I didn't. I'm doing something.
Yeah, we'll just
weird
take
with
Ken's thing. We'll just go from there to here, up there to here. Control C that, and players Valkia. We're gonna go into your skills and such. I'm sorry, but your stuff is gonna be yeetus deletus.
That's fine.
For now. There we go. Remember that you can always press Control Z. Shar, how did you destroy these entire boxes? Was there some button to press to destroy the
entire boxes?
Yeah, the purple areas, like the zones in Google Sheets.
Oh, you mean like how I have with the stuff with techniques, or?
Yeah, or not? No, like let me see if I can do this. Oh, look at that! What a beautiful thing it has become. It's slightly to the side. Let's change that. Let's put it. Okay, so this has stretched out a little bit. So let's put it here. Oh, it wants to go there. Well, it's gonna be there a little bit now. Your technique sheet is gonna be a little bit special. So don't worry about it. I think you can put them here now. And remember that Control Z is a thing that you can press. So if you mess up something, just press Control Z and start over.
Now it's touching the abilities thingy.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is. That's kind of cringe. Can we like move these somehow? Yeah, let's Control C and put it like here. Wait, not here. Here. Beautiful. Shit. Wait. Chotto matte. Can I do it like this? Can I be like cut? Leikkaa. Yeah. And oh fuck, look at that. What a gamer. It's perfect now. Yay. Very good. Very good. Oh yeah, you can put into the understood cultures your cave culture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cave dweller. Because that's a valuable culture to understand. Very cool. Craft bones.
Double.
Oh yeah, I could also add a culture that Felix understands.
Yeah. Is it the gambling culture?
Gambling.
The culture of gambling.
I was gonna put like the high culture because you have.
Oh yeah. That's noble high culture. That's actually a good point. Yeah, because gambling isn't really a culture. It's just desperation.
I understand gambling.
I love gambling.
Pockets empty. I understand how this shit works.
I'm gonna be starting a gambling ring. That's gonna be my main source of income.
I think you're gonna get along just fine with Felix. Felix is gonna have their addiction brought back up because of Megumi's evil gambling rings. where people listen to anime
My
music
character
while
likes
they
gambling?
fucking lose their money.
Can I
Remember,
put,
kids.
can I
Well,
put farming in understood cultures?
what?
Can I put farming in understood cultures?
Is farming really culture?
I mean, it's a
I don't
rural
think
culture.
that's gonna really benefit you in any sense.
Agriculture.
Yeah. I don't think that's really gonna benefit you in any sense. So I would probably not put that there.
Okay.
Yeah. All the people on this island are farming is elves. Very
All right.
good. Okay. Very cool. So now everyone's
Every great camper stops right before the big win.
Yes, yeah, it's that fucking picture of the asshole digging like, and there's diamonds right before the yes.
Indeed.
Yes, that's yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think there's going to be a lot of sort of like frontier villages and stuff like that you're gonna encounter. So yeah, no, I don't. Maybe like rural culture, like Yepsu is saying in chat, could be a thing that Char's character could have if they lived in a rural area, or if they were they like next to a city or something. Then that wouldn't really count, because it's not like things happen particularly differently in the countryside as they do in the city. I guess you have to shit in an outhouse, but that's about it.
I've never been to a countryside where someone has a shit in an outhouse.
You've never been to a place like that? God damn, you haven't been to countryside. Fucking hell.
I live in the countryside.
we like my grandma's place used to have the only toilet in the entire fucking estate was just a hole sawed on wood, and there was just a pile of shit underneath it, and it was so big that if you were like a small child, you could fall through it into the shit pile, and it was awful. It was awful. There's no culture to understand there. There's just suffering.
That's just people who don't want to update their house.
Yeah. They did get.
I don't want to go visit your grandmother.
Yeah, they did get a bathroom eventually, like a proper bathroom.
Okay, I might go visit your grandmother.
No, the summer villa does still have an outhouse, so it's not a hole on the on sawed on wood though. So. so yeah, but it's still pretty. It's pretty awful, to be fair. Let's be fair. It's fucking awful. It's just garbage. Yeah. So that's like the thing, but like, what would you genuinely benefit? Like, oh, I can smell the outhouse. You can throw a higher perception check to find the outhouse. Like that's like yeah, I don't think that's gonna be super beneficial to you.
Maybe plants as a culture, just being able to identify plants.
Yeah, but
like
the island has its completely unique like plant
Yeah.
life and stuff like that, so that doesn't really work out. The whole thing is that Char has to make like a Pokédex of weird shit that grows around the island, in order to make potions from them.
Could Charlie? Could I then have like a journal in my inventory?
You can obtain a journal later. You don't have to have anything from the beginning. You can because that would kind of go into the territory of like predeterminedly knowing what's gonna happen. So obviously you're not prepared for a storm out in the sea.
Yeah.
And that would be destroyed in the sea anyway. So you're gonna have a fucking wet as shit book in your inventory if you want to, but it's not gonna be usable for anything. So you can just obtain a book. Yeah, they have books on the island, so you can just buy a book once you have the resources to get that. Yeah. Yes, the countryside sense is tingling. So yeah, that's going to be sort of what you're gonna go up from. Very good. So everyone's character sheets are like pretty much done. You have decided on starting characters. One sort of special thing. Eventually, it's not gonna be in like the first couple sessions, but eventually you're gonna get another player, and that another player is gonna be Chatto-kun, who is going to be an automaton controlled by the chat, and they're gonna have some special rules. Yeah, it's gonna be Yatsu basically. They're gonna have some special rules to them.
The occasional intrusive thought.
Yeah, so
which is another character.
The way Chatto-kun is gonna work is that people in chat can write like Chatto-kun does X, and then he's like, if I happen to look at it at the same time and no one else is talking, then Chatto-kun is gonna do that. He's not gonna be super intrusive. If he dies, he's not gonna revive until the next session. So he can't really sort of fuck up your stuff too much. He can fuck up your stuff though. So try to sort of keep him out of trouble, I guess.
All right, Arcade, you're in charge of him.
Why am I in charge?
He's a robot.
Yeah, it's
you're
an automaton.
That is discriminatory.
No,
that's
not.
racist.
No, it's
I
not.
can get a couple of friends in the chat when Chatto-kun is playable.
Yes. So yeah, and
wait a minute. So he revives every session.
Yeah. So if he dies, he's not gonna revive during that session. So that he cannot continuously fuck up your encounters and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's basic. Go for it.
Does Chatto-kun have bones?
Son of a bitch.
Probably. Probably. I mean, you're gonna have to find out. You can farm some bones off of Chatto-kun. Chatto-kun is not gonna be.
DPS, just kill him.
Yeah, Chatto-kun is not gonna be functioning like a fully fledged player. They're gonna have their own sort of nonsense class, and they're gonna be able to do their own things. And consider them like an assistant, who is probably super fucking annoying. Automaton, are you playing Pathfinder 2nd edition? No, we're not. But automatons do actually exist outside of Pathfinder 2nd edition. But yes.
Yeah, they're in D&D.
Yeah, so you'll be able to. So chat is also gonna be able to participate in the campaign. And I'll try to remember to make a chat command so that you can be like !Chatto-kun, and that's gonna give you the like guidance on how to affect what Chatto-kun is doing. If no one is saying anything in chat, then Chatto-kun is just gonna follow around the party and just be silent. So a lot less annoying than it probably otherwise is gonna be.
Now we're gonna bone farm him, and then we're gonna
he's probably gonna get farmed for some bones.
Very good.
So yeah.
Farm for EXP.
Yeah, it's like, oh fuck, we need some combat experience. Let's fuck up Chatto-kun. But yeah, you are 100% permitted to bully Chatto-kun, and there's gonna be no moral effects of it, because chat does deserve to be bullied. So consider it like an opportunity to shitpost a little bit. So that's gonna be a thing later on. And yeah, so now everyone's character sheets are done. We have a rough concept of everyone's characters. You can always write more background lore and story and whatever, and send it to me on Discord DMs, and we will start properly playing next Saturday. Do you guys have any questions at this point?
Would it be beneficial for us as players to have our kind of own channel or place we can discuss stuff outside of when we're actually playing?
Yes, I can put some channels on the server. Yes, so that you can put stuff there, and I will be like, for example, if there's a situation where like, let's say characters are speaking in like coded language, then I will Discord DM whoever understands it, what they're saying. And then it's up to that person to figure out if they want to share it with the class or not. So yeah, so that's the thing. Shar, did you get a like basic understanding of what the setting is?
Yeah, I think
Oh, I don't think Shar was here for the
yeah, no, I don't think Shar was here when I explained the setting properly.
Yeah.
So to give a rough summary,
you could explain it again.
Yeah, to give a rough summary, you are people of various backgrounds. You, for whatever reason that is appropriate to your lore, you go out to the sea. Maybe you're on your way to somewhere or whatever. A storm hits, and the next thing you remember is that you wake up on an island with your companion adventurers. And the thing is that this island is cursed, and it's cursed in the way that every week the island drains life force from all those who live on it. And this goes into the game mechanics in the sense that once every week the life draining happens, and that's going to lower your core stats. And if your core stats, all of them, hit -5, you're going to turn into like a zombie-like thing called a withered, and that's going to be basically a game over for your character. So try to be active, adventure, increase your core stats in order to avoid becoming a withered. That's basically the gist of it. And in the meanwhile, figure out why is the island doing this to you guys? What is the reason to this mystery?
The island is gay. That's why it's doing it. Sorry,
fuck.
guys. Figured it out already.
You guys have uncovered my mysteries. That's so cringe. Now I need to rewrite this story. Okay, but yeah, that's basically the gist of it. So there's mysteries afoot. For some reason, island is draining life from everyone, and you will need to figure out why, or try to, through that, figure out a way to get away from it, or something like that. Whatever your character fits your character's personal motivations and stuff like that. So yeah, and you can still change your classes until the next session when we start. If you read through them and you're like, oh fuck, this seems more like what I would really want to do, that's totally fine. As I said earlier, you can change your class at any point, and you can realign your stats after you reach a certain point. So there's no real like, I'm committing to this and I have to be this for the rest of the thing. If you don't find it fun, you can always switch up. That's totally fine. And some situations call for swapping classes and learning new things. And there are multiple like class leveling objectives that you can do together as a group. Like, for example, a lot of the combat classes require you to defeat greater enemies as the first level up requirement. And a lot of the support classes require you to be supporting your party in defeating greater enemies. I'm okay with the party splitting up too, if you want to go do your separate things. However, the combat will never be optimized for a single target. So you're gonna get fucked if you end up in combat. So I recommend staying together. And because there's a lot of you, the combat with enemies will be a little bit like different from your average D&D session, where the like everyone takes turns and then it's the big bad guy's turn and they will do their thing and then it's like the turn rotation again. This will have a sort of special combat system where the enemies will do like one like traditional action, like they're gonna attack you or they're gonna grapple you or something like that each turn. But in addition to this, every turn they will give you a warning that, okay, he's gonna use an attack called let's say fucking I don't know, ultimate relativity. And you're gonna have to figure out like what the fuck does that mean. And it's gonna be activated on their next turn. So you're gonna be given a warning turn 1 that next turn, in addition to their normal attacks, they're also gonna cast this thing. So you can prepare in advance to sort of, you know, understand what's gonna happen. And after you've seen all of the attacks and stuff like that, then combat will be like remembering what's gonna happen next. And how does this work in our current situation? There's going to be like big AoE attacks and stuff like that that are going to happen. And you're going to need to remember what specific attacks do so that you'll be in the correct position when they happen and stuff like that. So you'll always be given one turn to reposition and figure out where you want to be when that more like heavy-duty mechanic resolves, if that makes sense.
It's gonna be Tower Brock, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. So basically, the enemies are going to have like a one heavy attack that is going to have a cast bar, which is going to last for one turn rotation. So you guys will have a moment to decide what you do in relation to that attack. It could be like massive left swing, and then you're going to have your turns, and you can move to the right side of the field, and then the left side is going to get like hit by something, and stuff like that. And slowly but surely, you'll sort of learn what their things do, and there's going to be a lot of different kinds of nonsense. I will definitely steal ideas from video games and stuff like that. So you can be very well prepared to be ready for stacks and spreads. So look forward to it, I guess. But yeah, any questions?
Yeah, who's bringing the snacks?
God damn, I was gonna ask that.
I will highly recommend getting some snacks, because these sessions can probably, these sessions can probably go long, and it's nice to have a good time with good food and just having a good time. So get yourself something nice to munch on, and we can enjoy a good time. Just please don't crunch and munch next to your mic, and we'll be fine.
Oh, okay. So you want us to crunch and munch?
Yeah, if you do that,
right.
I will add that into your RP, and it's going to destroy your believability in any social situation.
What if I'm eating celery like halfway around the room and you just guys hear me just munching on celery?
Yeah, like if you're trying to do stealth while doing that, you can fucking trust your fucking ass that you're going to get destroyed.
I have been eating nachos this whole time.
Very nice, very nice. But yeah,
I'm drinking.
That is something that I will highly recommend. Get yourself something nice to eat while we play, and it's probably gonna be a good time. Next session, we're gonna start the story off, and like I said, I'm not very good at virtual tabletop whatever. I do have it already. I'm gonna probably buy us a server, and we'll be able to play together on it, and then Amico is going to help me figure out the very basics, and probably the more complicated shit as well.
There's a couple of other modules that are nice to have.
Yes. So we're gonna slowly start sort of converting all of these character sheets and stuff like that into that format. But until that is like we can fully adapt that system, we're gonna be mostly playing like pen and paper. Combat encounters, I'll try to make it so that we can start with them already available in the next session. So if Amico doesn't mind helping me out with figuring out how to get my maps in the system and how to move characters around in them, that's like all we need, is to get maps in there and to move characters around. So if that works, that would be what I would want for the next session. Because the last session I played, I'm using Foundry. The last campaign I did, we used Clip Studio. I just used free transform to move around the characters on the fucking battle maps.
It worked!
It did! And I was able to do stuff like flatten the characters and stuff like that. And it was pretty funny. So we could do like visual effects. If the character is inflicted with fear or something, they would get like a sad little eyebrows and tears falling from their eyes. It was a very powerful system. But yeah. So if that's the case, that now everyone's character sheets are pretty much done, and we are sort of set on like a starting idea of what's going on.
Can we sell Chateau-kun into slavery? Will that be a thing?
Probably, yeah.
Alright, okay, cool.
I'll generally say yes to everything. there might be some kind of karmic justice coming your way if you do that.
You said our karma isn't affected by bullying.
Yeah, no, it is not. But Chatakun is gonna go on a glorious adventure, and he might become the king of the slaves. Who knows?
Well, yeah, if that happens, it benefits us. So
yeah,
I mean,
what if they revolt?
What do you mean it benefits?
Yeah, what if they revolt? And you're gonna have to fight an army of idiot Chatakuns.
Well, we just pulled up. It'll be fine. They can't do anything.
Very good, very good. But yeah, so that's gonna be the biggest part of today. This is basically it. We have created characters. You have an understanding of how things are gonna work out, and next time, hopefully, we'll be able to play on Foundry to some extent. And yeah, so I guess look forward to it. And please, I encourage it, and feel free to write more lore into your characters. I'm gonna make some kind of like shitty, squishy looking little icons for your characters for next week's session. We could maybe draw them on stream next week. That might be fun. We're gonna drop... No, actually, Friday doesn't have a game for right now, so we could draw them on Friday. So I'll draw like silly little icons for your characters on Friday. Let me actually see if I can... These are the new character models. So
we need to give you like little descriptions.
Please
before
give
Friday.
me as accurate descriptions of your characters as possible. Yeah, so these were the final character designs of Kuono's and Ken's characters. Ken was like a budget Kratos, and Kuono was average girl, like he always is. That's his favorite thing. And then we have like a lot of the boss creatures and stuff like that they encountered over their thing. But the initial character portraits look more like this. So your characters are gonna look like this in the beginning. So look for especially this angry face. So yeah.
I tried so hard to romance that.
Yeah, dude, you fucking failed. This was an epic battle. Look at this terrifying combat scene. But yeah, so something like that is gonna be what your characters are gonna look like for now, and then I'm gonna make proper illustrations for them later, and you're gonna use those as your little play pieces in the system.
Cool.
Very cool. That's it. I don't think I have anything else to add here. Send me any extra lore that you might think of via DMs. And we will meet again next Saturday in the name of some fun RP, epic battles, and stories of friendship and whatever. Very cool. Okay, I'll see you guys again next week. Bye-o.
Bye-o.
Bye.
Bye.